Hello, hello. What's up, chat? Got a lot of people already in here. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's talk. Let's talk branded. Let's talk branded top 32 YCS. Oh my gosh, why is my camera not working? Oh, I love when it does that. All right. See if we can get my camera to work. If not, we are gonna do it the old-fashioned way. I love when my sub does this last second. It's almost the best, honestly. Cool. Hey everyone, METAGAMESGX here. And we are going to be talking about happy, YCS Birmingham Day, of course. We just watched, honestly, an incredible top cut of YCS Birmingham. I was not streaming it. I was just enjoying my day, honestly. So that's kind of what we did in particular. What's up, Elic? So we are going to review the feature match, okay? We are going to review the feature match, and we are going to try to essentially get as much information out of it as possible. Because I'm not quite sure if the deck profile is going to be released for that, but we were able to get a pretty full feature match, and for some reason this thing is being really weird right now. Alright. So, let's try this again, as my setup just self-immolates. Appreciate everyone being in the chat. Deli G89, how's it going? How's it going, dude? There it is. Cool. YCS Birmingham. Okay, there we go. All right, so, oh my gosh, of course. There we go, there we go. All right, so we are going to be going over this feature match. Also, congratulations to Din Kabui for winning the whole event, of course. That was very cool to see. So, yeah, no, with Fire King in particular too. I thought that was actually, I thought the top 4 was actually quite good. I thought the finals left a lot to be desired personally, but that's nothing to take away from Din's success. The guy 100% deserves it, bringing in a deck like Fire King and winning the whole event. So, congratulations to him. And yeah, so Romeo, nice to see you. What's up, my Branded family? So yeah, basically Branded got top 32 at the YCS, YCS Birmingham. YCS Birmingham was a top 64 YCS, if you were not familiar. So it was a pretty big top cut, which means the Branded player actually did make it through at least a round of top cut. And it's cool to see. This is Branded's first premier top since Branded Fusion went to 1. So this is definitely the largest event and like the best success, so it's definitely cool to see. And I would like to see, we're gonna look at this gameplay and see like what kind of techs he was on, and go from there. If you're wondering where the deck list is, I did reach out to the player and attempted to try to get the deck list, but I believe that the player is going to be keeping the deck list under wraps. So yeah, no, we're gonna just be going through the gameplay and seeing what he's on. We can make some pretty, we can probably get about 80% of the deck list. The main idea, the main text, right? He's Branded at the end of the day is 99% figured out. So it's just like, you know, playing with the text that you can see and not. Yeah, what did you guys think of that YCS though? Insane YCS. So yeah, no, it's cool to see that two YCSs in a row were getting branded feature matches. Also, it's cool to just see Fire King take it when in a meta full of Malice and Ryzeal. We can go to the React thing.
So, Jean, what do you think of the matchup specifically? What can the branded deck offer in terms of, advantages?
Well, there are some advantages. Of course, the Finsmith Ryzeal deck is really strong, but we talked about the bestial cards, and of course, when you play branded, you have a lot of bestials in your deck, so you are able.
All right, so branded player is going to be able to start off with high spirits. I believe this is in the main phase as well, which is cool to see. Okay, well, I don't know why that's okay. That's not gonna work. Cool. I wish this would like. Okay, whatever. That's fine. So I'm trying to get this into like a spot where I can actually like draw on the screen, but for some reason it's being weird. All right, so let's see if I can do it like this. Sorry for these technical difficulties, folks. But okay, here we go. Oh, it says I have to I have to do it another. Oh, I hate that. So, okay, cool. I could just full screen off 11. Okay. I'm just don't mind me. Huh? Now it doesn't full screen. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so we aren't going to be able to draw on the screen. So, branded starts off let's rewind. Let's rewind because I want to be able to like actually like draw on the screen and everything like that. Let's do it like this. Actually, that's not going to work. Of course. All right. I thought Brandon did not top after all. So yeah, I'm trying to figure that out exactly. I was told by the player that he got top 32. When I looked at the top 64 standings, I did not find his name, but because on feature match it says Vasily's right here, I'm gonna have to like move the chat and move everything up so that things actually, so you guys can actually see. So I'm presuming he topped and there was just like a name discrepancy, but there is a chance that Branded did not top, and so we will have to we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I could not find the name either. So because okay, so like fun fact, the reason I'm not quite able to get the deck profile is I did ask the player if he wanted to do a deck profile on my channel like I normally do. I think this is a pretty standard process with any content creator. And he asked me for $60 for the deck profile, and that was already red flaggy. So, the fact that I couldn't find his name on the top 64 list is something that I did want to like. But I'm not trying to like. Obviously, let's just see what happened here. But like, I think he did end up topping and everything with branded. But I'm just not gonna end up paying for a deck profile like that. So I hope we get the list otherwise. But we will definitely just be like examining the gameplay and everything. But yeah.
So you are able to literally interrupt every single part of the Finsmith engine. The problem is that, of course, Ryzeal.
Yeah, like I'm sure he topped. I think there was just like a name discrepancy. So he starts off with high spirits into Shrouded into pitch Albion the Shrouded Dragon, which this is like one of those moves that you love to do when you don't just have like imperm pass hands. So like this like kind of insulates you, and he's actually pitching the Albion too, which makes me think he's going to be able to get to the Quem YuGiOh Pro deck to the rescue. Okay.
for Vasilis is that he won the dice wall, which is really important in that matchup.
Absolutely, but breaking news, there is no...
Oh, we can go. Yeah, we can. So, okay, so we can go through the list right now. Okay, so like, because I wanna correct my title if this is not correct. But like, okay, so yeah, Basilis. Okay, Basilis. Okay, cool, Basilis. Okay, so they just got it wrong. Cool, cool, cool. So awesome. Top 32 branded. You love to see it. So yeah, they just got it wrong on that. Cool, cool, cool. Just wanted to. Okay, so we're just gonna go all the way back and then do this. So yeah, high spirits, obviously. We can kind of, I'm gonna like mute the actual volume, but so he starts off high spirits and then pitches the shrouded and then goes for the Albion. So that's a pretty standard play. I'm kind of surprised he didn't start with the, I'm kind of surprised he didn't start with going shrouded and then doing like the trick shot where you chain the high spirits. So it's kind of like in those kind of situations, maybe he already had another Shrouded Dragon in hand, and he's just gonna go use Shrouded Dragon again, eventually down the combo line. So yeah, he did start Quem. So this is what I was talking about. When you go high spirits pitch Albion, you always that just like you can tell you open the Quem. So because of the fact that you typically want to send the Titanclad off the high spirits. So yeah, no, very standard. Also beautiful QCR Quem, or sorry, Starlight Quem. But the Quem gets impermed, which is interesting. There's probably not a better imperm point though, to be fair, for Roy. Obviously he could wait for the Cartesia or the Lubellion, but also cutting off the Quem here stops the send, and also Quem has the second effect. Depends on the hand. Yeah, exactly. Yo, 70 people in the chat. Okay, so we're gonna and we did get the shrouded here, so we're gonna go shrouded off the Albaz. I do just want to make sure he went for the high spirits and then he searched off the okay, so he searched Quem on that. So that's just an interesting line. And then, so I was correct. He did just open another Shrouded. That's why, like, normally you would probably go use the Shrouded effect, then chain high spirits if you only have one Shrouded in hand. But he's going to send the Albaz, which this helps insulate his combo line, because obviously when you go into the branded fusion, he is going to, I mean, this also projects to me he has either an Aluber or branded fusion in hand, whether it's like branded opening or something like that, because of the fact that you would normally send like the branded retribution to start setting up the like he could have gone Quem, send retribution, then shrouded, send branded fusion, but so his hand was very gassy. And he's got, wait, that's super interesting. So he goes Nadir Servant. Okay, that's an interesting way to play that, to play out that hand. I mean, that makes sense. So then he goes Nadir, send the Garura, and this is going to be able to basically like accomplish his combo line. I'm just trying to think, because he could have gone for, well, he goes high spirit search Quem, and then he had the shrouded. So yeah, that all makes sense, because if his Quem wasn't stopped, he probably would have went for the branded fusion line. But because it was, he did not. And he's going to go for the Nadir. And Nadir is great. Nadir in the main deck is actually, it was somewhat of a dubious prospect going into this format because of Mitsurugi Ryzeal. But now that it's kind of proven out that Mitsurugi Ryzeal isn't the best variant for Ryzeal yet, it's probably the second or the third maybe behind Pure. But like, because of that, I still think Nadir's fine. It does hurt against Dweller, but I think he's going to get a lot of real estate off this Nadir, because Nadir, now he can go Maximus, and Maximus is going to banish the Garura. And he already got the draw off the Garura, which really helps keep up Branded's card advantage. And then he's going to, with already an Albion in the graveyard, he's sending Titanclad. There isn't really a third, like the third best send would be Lulu, but he obviously doesn't run the Lulu while Lilith here if he's sending the Rinbrum. Lulu Ball Lilith being a card that is very good with Nadir, and it's great for like Ultimate Slayer synergy, but like besides that, it's not really doing a whole lot here. He is gonna get Desiree on the Quem though, so I'm curious if we're gonna see here fairly quickly if Vasilis is on to Quem, because like he could obviously go Titan Clad, send the other Quem, and he drew a fusion deployment off the Garura, or else he would have done this way before, right? And that's gonna get Fuwalos, which wow, that's like the latest Fuwalos I've ever seen in my life. That man had all restraint. So yeah, no, he's gonna go into the Fuwalos. That Fuwalos is not gonna be challenged, and it's gonna give Roy a draw here. And that's gonna go into the Cartesia. Where's my water? Of course, I didn't bring any water with me. And we see Vasili's you know, go through his graveyard. Interesting, I cut Nadir from the deck. Yeah, no, I think Nadir is great in a format with so many hand traps, so it actually makes a lot of sense, even in the main deck, because if you're trying to, you know, we'll see Basili's choices in the main deck, but, you know, I'll say right now, I think there is a hand trap that I've been advocating in his main deck from what I saw before, so, like, the fact that you're running these one-card bangers in Nadir Servant matters a lot. We kind of see the players go back and forth here, and Basili's, this is the exact situation you want to be in. Like, he could go for a lock here, or he could go for a Lad or Mirror Jade play, whatever he really wants to at this point, with the fact that he has Rinbrum, Titanclad, and Albion. Now, the Albion is going to get banished off the Magnamut, though, which is really good for Roy, right? Like, that gives you a bestial into like a possible gimmick puppet or even a branded banishment, and it gets rid of the Albion just from getting, you know, it being the most important card in the graveyard for a branded player. And we are gonna then see the Baldrake come down as well, which is just kind of crazy too, I'm not gonna lie. The Baldrake being there on top of the Magnuma is kind of backbreaking for the branded player, but the fact that branded player does have Cartesia on board just makes him still in the game, depending on what is set and what his card in hand is. Let me go grab some water super quickly. All right. Thanks for waiting. And here we're gonna see. Yeah, I mean, Baldrake here is just kind of incredible too. On top of this, like, it's gonna, Basili's really has to have a lot here, or something very strong, like a fusion duplication, to kind of be able to play past this, in my opinion. And even then, the Baldrake kind of solves that. So we'll see what happens. We see a Druiswarm come out, which is like pretty, or sorry, gets searched in the end phase off the Magnamut, which is pretty interesting. Or it's pretty standard, rather, like, unless this was Tenpai, right? And then also the Fuwalos ends up like, I mean, he that's the thing, he got bestialed when he was on Fuwalos too, so like that Titanclad was going to be a neg anyway. So we're going to see the normal summon Lacrima. Roy goes to main phase, normal summon Lacrima. This is going to likely just end up sending the Engraver. It will go through. You know, in this type of situation, the branded player is really just looking in order to survive the turn and try to establish some crackback and maybe even trigger like a Quertus or a Grand Guignol into like an Albaz and somehow end on a Mirror Jade. That would be best case scenario, because Mirror Jade really can mess up a Fiendsmith board.
Yeah, he don't have a lot of entraps, of course, and he has now to rely on his own field, but as we said, there is not a lot to offer from Vasily's side.
I think he used Cartesia. Yeah.
And then here we are going to just see the Cartesia effect to go off, which will just give us a Grand Guignol, obviously.
Even the Baldrake is a problem here. So
now he's gonna go for probably.
Yeah, Grand Guignol in defense position. That will trigger on summon. Now, if Roy wants to Baldrake this, he could, but there's really no reason to. I mean, the Baldrake would get the Grand Guignol out of rotation. Like, if there was maybe a misplay by Roy, because he has no other cards in rotation, no cards in graveyard, I think there's no reason not to Baldrake this Grand Guignol, because elsewise, the Grand Guignol is going to trigger sometime on Roy's turn and become more of an issue. And he can actually interact with this Grand Guignol with the Baldrake rather than like the Quertus or something on the Baldrake, which would float into a Fallen of Albaz, which could get to a Mirror Jade, so. Do we know the branded list? No, we don't. We're gonna have to go. We're examining this gameplay to get the list because the player isn't gonna be releasing his list. From what I was told, so we are going to be from what it looks like, it is a 50 card. It's a 50 card list with some text in it. Like, it's very similar to like a 50 card list. It does have Nadir though, so that makes me maybe think it's like a 54 card list, but we'll have to see. Because that is a big deck. That is a big deck. That looks like at least probably 50 cards. So we're gonna see the Saronir get set off of the Grand Guignol for the Retribution, which is interesting because like this doesn't quite establish anything. Maybe that means Basilis has a Shrouded in hand, if anything, just so he's like, okay, if I survive, I can at least get to Branded Fusion here. So now we see Roy reading Grand Guignol. That's also one of like the benefits of bringing a deck like Branded, I feel like, to an event like this. Your opponents are going to be reading your cards. Like, you saw everybody reading Dinkabui's cards in the finals, you know, in all his feature matches, because people are like, Fire King cards? This was 2 formats ago. I didn't play 2 formats ago. I can't remember that. Did he really say his list won't be uploaded? Well, he wanted certain things for the deck profile, and I'm just like, I just wanted to feature the deck. So like, you know, hopefully someone ends up releasing it. But yeah, we're just gonna have to go through the gameplay. It would, but the Baldrake is currently nasty. More, how's it going? South Sun, The Wall, how's it going? Hey guys, how we doing? Did we enjoy the YCS? Yeah, no, the YCS was incredible. Fromix, Basilis, he got top 32, hell yeah. Also, what's up, GZ1K? Congrats on hitting 100K. What's up, Dali? Yeah, so we're gonna rewind this a little bit. So basically, in this board state, remember, Branded is cooked because he can make a Light Darkness Chaos Angel. The Branded player is going to be forced here to actually get rid of the Lacrima in any good world, but like he has no option to. So a Light Darkness Chaos Angel, I should have actually said this before it happened, so it doesn't look like I'm just retroactively saying that, but this is what you do versus like the Ryzeal mirror match, and Branded's very similar to Ryzeal, where it doesn't have an in engine out to Chaos Angel outside of Mirror Jade. You do have Mirror Jade, okay? You do have Mirror Jade. But Basilis kind of isn't getting to Mirror Jade anytime soon. I mean, it just depends, right? Especially if Roy's trying to end on a Dweller here. I think ending on like Light Dark plus Dweller plus Baldrake is actually definitely game in that scenario. But we do see the Droplet come down by Basilis, which is exactly what he needed to see to get rid of the Chaos Angel, which is interesting. He's going to do it to negate the Chaos Angel to dodge the banish on the Grand Guignol, presumably. He was either going to be banishing the Droplet or the Grand Guignol. Either way, he's gonna chain Droplet either target, you know. So we're gonna see that negate on the Chaos Angel. Also, well, he could negate on the Baldrake too. It could have been negate on Baldrake. How's it going, More? How's it going? I like 60 as well, but Grass being banned hurts a lot. Charging 60 for a profile. Yeah, I mean, I'm not someone who pays money for deck profiles. It's not, I've never had a pro player ask me for to pay them for a deck profile, let alone like present it in the terms of I will earn back the ad revenue plus. Like, this is not how I run my channel. Like, I'm trying to feature brand, like I'm trying to feature like the best players playing their favorite decks, essentially. That's what I like to do. It's a competitive based channel, so it's just something I'm good, like it's probably very similar to a list from 20, like I said, it looks very standard outside of some text. I think it just requires a good pilot, and obviously it was a very good pilot, so that's why we're watching this feature match. It's just unfortunate that we probably aren't going to get the deck list. It is interesting. I want to know if Basilis is on the banishment. We'll see. You know. I do think this is going to go into a game 2 here, though, because Basilis, I mean, having the Retribution in Graveyard is not, is definitely, is one of those cards that will help him a lot if Basilis isn't able to get into game. But he does have the Rinbrum plus Albaz in Graveyard, because if we remember, he did set that up at the very least, which seems like an oversight from Roy on some level, but the Light and Darkness Chaos Angel will definitely be able, I mean, yeah, this is actually going to look pretty good because, right, if the Baldrake is negated here, which it has to be, summoning the Albaz into and then also, interesting. So I'm trying to see how this went. So because he has the Grand Guignol, so he could go into Grand Guignol. Yeah, okay. So he's chaining Rinbrum on the Grand Guignol trigger. So chainlink 2 Rinbrum to summon the Albaz, chainlink 1 Grand Guignol, which is really cool. And we see the Proskinion, which is the first tech that I wanted to show off from this list. So I think Proskinion is incredible into this format. It was a great choice by Basilis. It is a card that is a incredible super poly target into all the decks right now, into Malice because they end on a light dark, so you can go normal summon a Luber, dodge an Imperm, chain super poly, make a Proskinion, and revive their Obaku. Or you could do this against Ryzeal Mitsurugi, fuse off their Murakamo and their detonator, and then go Proskinion, steal the detonator effect, you have 2 pops, bam. You know, or just like steal the Chaos Angel, right? If it's only a dark chaos, or you know, whatever. So I think Super Poly is actually low-key great with Proskinion, but he's just using it here as the Grand Guignol special summon out, which is actually going to be great, right? Because there's Magnemite in the graveyard, which gets Basilis the follow-up he needs. Do we have the list? We are not going to be getting that list, apparently. But we're gonna be going over the game card by card, so we're gonna try and make something of it here. He was on 2 feature matches, I do believe, though. Was he not? Or no, he was only on 1. So we're gonna see the Albaz effect trigger here. He's probably gonna get rid of the. Oh, he's getting rid of the Chaos Angel. So he did actually. This is interesting. So he went Droplet on the Chaos Angel. He had to have dropleted the Baldrake then in that case. Like, am I just missing something, or else the Baldrake would have banished the Albaz by any means? But we do see the Mirror Jade, just because this is looking like exactly what Brandon needs to see in a situation like this. And then also he's going to be able to go into Proskinion to steal the freaking Chaos Angel to get a free banish. Oh, that's actually disgusting. That's actually disgusting. We're not sure if this is 60 card. We're going to have to go through and check them out when they're siding and stuff like that. So he is going to go into so Roy is going to chain the the Druistorm that he did search in the end phase last turn to banish his own Chaos Angel. Like, that's so neg. But, and we still have the Mirror Jade banish, which does provide follow-up. And considering that the Baldrake, or that the Chaos Angel is now gone, and we don't have any, we don't have the Ryzeal combo in rotation yet. It's not looking that good for Roy. If Roy had 1 or 2 more cards, which he could have arguably let go through, depending, instead of bestialing the Titanclad, he could have gotten a draw off the Titanclad with the Fuwalos. But he does have I believe I saw another Bestial in hand, actually. So he's just basically playing Bestials at this point. He might have an Ice Ryzeal. Ice Ryzeal would be crazy here. Oh, he does summon the Ice Ryzeal, but he's using the Ice Ryzeal effect to avoid normal summoning it, to then trigger the Druiswarm to send the Proskenion, which is then going to send the Proskenion, since that's now been toasted, that's already used its effect. And then we do see Baldrake plus Ice Ryzeal potentially being linked off here. No, we see the X Ryzeal come out into the Twin Eclipse. This is actually the two cards that Roy probably needed to see in this situation to have a fighting chance, honestly. The issue is that he's going to have to make a 3 Exceed play, and I'm not sure he has the gas for that. He has to be able to make the Detonator, but then he also has to be able to make the Abyss Dweller to get over the Mirror Jade effect. So, like... Oh, he does have... Okay, no, he does have Cross. Yeah, Cross might just do it. Yeah, Cross does it. Cross does it. Yep. Forgot Cross was a card even for 2 seconds. So yeah, Cross is going to be able to negate the Mirror Jade. This is actually a really good situation for the Ryzeal player. However, you know, obviously the Mirror Jade does have the Banish still. So, like, it's probably just fine, honestly, all things considered. Unless he... Yeah, so he's going to attach the Twin Eclipse, which is completely live. And let's see what happens here. So the Baldrake's going to go into attack position. We're going to see potentially a Detonator crash into the Mirror Jade and then detach. And then he's going to go Mirror Jade effect, and then he's going to cross the Mirror Jade by detaching off the Detonator. So now the Detonator only has the Eclipse Twins. However, that's going to be able to obviously reset the Detonator and give it 2 more pops. So that's not terrible. But the Baldrake 2 is a little awkward. He's going to be able to use that after he uses up his Detonator spins, or pops. But he does have the cross effect to spin back the node plus the Ice Ryzeal to the bottom of the deck and attempt to get a draw. A hand trap could be quite devastating in this situation. The game was going a little fast. I do have to double check if Basilis ended up sending anything off of Mirror Jade when he banished, or anything significant. Yeah, so we do have the High Spirits at the very least, and then it looks like we do have the Cartesia, and then we do have a Albion in the graveyard. Yeah, no, Abyss Dweller is going to be one... no, it looks like he... Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So now he's going to search off the Albion. Probably for the Branded Fusion, if I had to guess. Oh, he goes for the Branded Banishment. So he does run the Branded Banishment, which is going to be kind of crazy here. It doesn't get him into Lad, but this does give him a free Mirror Jade. And also a shout out to the chat, 120 people on the YouTube chat. So Basilis is going to draw for turn. He looks like he has High Spirits plus Cartesia, and then his top deck had to be significant, but the Banishment might just put him in the driver's seat here because of the fact that the Cross isn't going to be able to deal with both Mirror Jade's Banish and the floating effect. Oh, he's going to go for the Quem. He revives the Quem to fuse off the Detonator into presumably a Quertus. Oh, that's crazy. And then that does get rid of... And that's a game for Basilis. Wow, that was done very well, honestly. I like that. Not gonna lie. Now, when we're looking at Basilis' deck, that looks like 60 card. I'd say it's 50, between 50 and 60. It doesn't look double sleeved either, so like definitely on the thicker side, but
maybe this shows also the reason why it's doing so well, because you are obviously preparing.
Yeah, no, that was very well done, honestly, considering the game state, because if we look back at that, Basilis got hand trapped to death between the Fua and then like Bestial on Bestial, and then he still ended up turning that around, which shows you guys like Branded has a really good matchup into Ryzeal this format outside of Abyss Dweller. When Abyss Dweller is not being set up, and Fiendsmith Ryzeal doesn't have the best time getting to the Dweller.
like with Roy's hand, I mean, he was able to stop his opponent plays. He had to overextend, like for the also with 2 Ryzels.
Yeah.
It was not enough. So
I mean, obviously, it's a deck that has been out for a lot, but has fallen off in popularity quite a bit. And maybe this, you know, shows also the reason why it's doing so well. Because you are obviously preparing heavily for Ryzel, Malice, and, you know, the top decks, but your opponent has probably tested against those, not quite against Branded. And I think this showed a little bit at the end of the game, because it probably still would have been...
And I think Basilius was also X2 at this point, and this was the last round before Top Cut.
Close, but given the end that was drawn by Roy, I don't know. I really think like that cross should have been saved for Albion, because without that banishment, I think we only had, you know, Cartesia, the Branded and Ice Spirits, maybe not quite enough.
Yeah, so they're talking about how the cross should have been saved for Albion, but I'm honestly not too sure about that. I mean, yeah, if he didn't, I mean... But at the end of the day, as long like Basilis then gets back the high spirits plus the Cartesia, which gets him into Branded Fusion automatically plus a draw. So like he didn't like Roy. I don't blame him for crossing that. Like he didn't have any good situation. It was either wipe your board and put you on better OTK me, or cross the Mirror J, keep a board, and deal with what Basili does.
Because it probably still would have been close.
Like, if Basilis didn't run Banishment, he would have went into, like, Branded Fusion or Branded White. And then he could have dealt with it like that. But then the Banishment Super Poly effect really kind of... I mean, you should assume that they're on Banishment if you know anything about Branded right now. But once again, it's not very, you know...
But given the end that was drawn by Roy...
definitely looks like a 60 carder to me, says Dequan. Yeah, for sure.
I really
Roy searched Druiswarm with Magnuma. He should have activated in the end phase for Rinbrum and Albaz. No, says Icarus Kick. Yeah, no, that was another really big misplay by Icarus. Because the Rinbrum ended up... I was very surprised about that. If Roy had ended up going Rinbrum essentially here... or sorry, when Druiswarm before, or, you know, when he goes, he could have waited that whole time. He actually could have just waited. He could have waited until he went Rinbrum effect, to do that, effectively just shutting off that whole play. Or he could have just went into the end phase. He could have waited until end phase, done it before he goes normal Lacrima. That's why I was kind of like surprised he went normal Lacrima. Like he should, yeah, definitely should have banished the Rinbrum and Albaz, but Roy just completely forgot about that, and the commentators mentioned that as well. So it was just like one of those situations.
Because without that banishment, I think we only had, you know, Cartesia, the Branded and Ice Spirits, maybe not quite enough to...
So yeah, then he could have crossed, then he could have effectively crossed the Albion if he had banishment, because that would have, getting that Mirror Jade, like I said, once a Mirror Jade just takes a mile the moment it comes down, so...
Sometimes it's actually harder to win than when you draw, you know, kind of an average hand, because you tend to relax a little bit. You probably are like, okay, I just won this game, I can do whatever I want, and
all of a sudden,
poof, whoop. And that's, you know, the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just a single move sometimes can cost you the duel. But hopefully, Roy, now that he's going first, will be able to keep his focus and make some Ryzeo combos. Our duelists are ready. Let's jump back into action.
All right, game 2. Let's get it. Let's get it. I mean, I think what Roy is going to be trying to do here is to go into Dweller. Dweller will effectively stop a 60 card build of Branded pretty well. You know, if you see a big stack of cards across from you, you should probably be asking your opponent how many cards in deck. So he should have a decent idea at this point. We do see the tract come down off the engraver for the Fabled Lurie. So that's going to be likely a quick Requiem right here, which is then going to, you know, Basili's probably not running the Ash Blossom. We do know in his list, though, he is running Mulcharmy. I will say that. I did see that game later in the game, so we will talk about that. Or maybe I saw in shuffling. I forgot if it was game 1. But then he goes into the normal summon, or sorry, into special summon Lacrima off the Requiem, which will then send another engraver, not sending the Fiendsmith in Paradise. And we you know, keeping the Lacrima on board, likely gonna go for a Caesar here. Oh no, we have a normal summon sword, which is interesting. So not the strongest start by the Ryzeal player, I won't lie, but obviously it's still probably going to be enough now that he's linking off the sword for the sequence plus the Lacrima. And yeah, no, he's just checking, I guess, because of course sword does not lock on normal. The inherent summons really only lock on so we then see the sequence go off, and we'll spin back the Luri plus the Requiem plus the Engraver for the Desiree, which is interesting, going for the Desiree instead of the Caesar, but he might have a line to do the Caesar Desiree play. So we do see the Ignumde come down. We have not used Engraver and Graveyard, of course, plus the Requiem, so we do still have plays there. We do see the Lacrima come out and, or sorry, get equipped to the Ignumde, or yeah, Ignumde equipped to the Lacrima, and then we do see the X Ryzeal get special summoned in order to still get the search off the X Ryzeal, because X Ryzeal, of course, only gets the search when you have level 4s on board. Then we see the overlay of the X Ryzeal and the Lacrima into Duo Driver, since it's only 2 generic level 4s, so that's why those engines really just synergize so well with Ryzeal on summon effect to attach a Ryzeal in Graveyard so that he has an extra negate with the Ryzeal cross he's about to presumably search off of the sword. So we see the cross. We're probably also going to see a node, unless node is already in hand, which I believe I saw a node there. So yes, we do just search out the sword, because of course we have not special summoned with sword yet. We have not special summoned with ice either. So we will go for the cross, and that cross will get us probably a nice draw. You know, Basilis for the branded player overall, like, we end up seeing, like, board breakers being quite effective into Ryzeal boards. So long as Basilis sees some of his board breakers, you know, as good of a board that Roy might make, like, it's gonna be probably just actually a fine situation, but we'll see.
And I think Royzen is quite good as well this time around. I mean,
yeah, it's an interesting start, I gotta say. Like, the sequence of plays that he has gone for is not really straightforward.
And Vasilis is just enjoying his time.
Oh, can you see a reason why he summoned the Detonator in defense?
Alright, so we see Detonator go into defense, which is pretty understandable, equipped with the Twins Eclipse as a overlay material, because this prevents Durastorm from crashing into Detonator and forcing interaction, essentially.
No.
Yeah, you see it from time to time. I guess Quirites could be one of them, because he turns it to 0. And
what's up, Angra, mind you? Nice to see you. Is it Vasilis Kenny from South Park? I wish. South Sud, I'm just going to speculate the list. Definitely Super Poly, since Garura, Nadir, Droplet, maybe Thrust, and Eclipse. I actually don't think that Super Poly is guaranteed in a list like this, but I do think the Proskenion might lend to that direction, because I feel like it's too free not to run Super Poly with, like, a Proskenion and Garura in your deck. And then also Thrust has to be standard. I am curious what his other board breaker package is. We're gonna have to actually go through his list.
And then maybe
he's doing his best to conceal his cards. He knew what he was doing.
Monsters, but I mean,
you're right.
Maybe.
And 6th card is there a breath?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Lightning Storm. So we do see Lightning Storm first action. So for board breaking package, we see Lightning Storm. This is traditionally not the best board breaker in branded, because you do play Bestials, but it's probably just him admitting he's not running many Bestials. So it's one of the best board breakers when you don't already go Nib or establish a body, because obviously that's why a lot of people are running Haggard Lizardo, so you can clear your board and still play the game and use effects like Lightning Storm.
Always Duel.
Wow. That's a great card to start things off.
Well, Lightning Storm is a very good card, and here, okay, gets rid of, let's see, what was it? An impermanence.
It wasn't a judgment.
It was an impermanence, but I think Vasilis' hand is insane, because I think he has Branded Fusion plus Thrust.
Oh, he has Branded Fusion.
Oof.
Plus, I think it's 4 spells. Okay,
I mean,
Deployment.
So we see fusion deployment come down. That's pretty good.
I mean, obviously, detonator works perfectly against, you know, Albas. You can't really go for that line, but
So then we see the Requiem get chained, targeting the the Lacrima gets special summoned out, or I guess this is yeah, no, Lacrima is triggering right now on Chainlink 2 to fusion deployment. Then we see Chainlink 3 branded opening.
I agree, it's fair.
This is a good play because on summon then for a Luber, he will be able to chain the Cartesia.
for the opening, branded opening.
Yeah, because we chained the Lacrima and then we're gonna chain the opening, and yeah, the chain finally resolves. So let's see what he goes for. Could be just Cartesia then. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
makes sense. And now the good thing is obviously the opening is a layer of protection against the detonator later on for the fusions.
I mean, Vasilis has everything. I wouldn't feel great if I were worried right now.
So in a new chain, let's see. We're gonna use the Aluber.
All right, so on the new chain, obviously Basilis is lining up his chain links. It's just going to be a Luber chain link 1, and then we see chain link 2 Valor come down,
The Valor, yeah, I mean, I guess can work out kind.
which is like, okay, wow, Basilis also has Thrust plus Branded Fusion in hand.
Yeah, in this case it does, because even if you go for the Cartesia,
This is exactly the situation that Branded wants to be in, barring like a random Ash Blossom.
then they can detonator. Well,
Yeah. He accepted it, I guess.
yeah, seems like it did, and then oh no.
Finally, he changed his mind, and as you mentioned right before, he's gonna chain the
Yeah.
detonator, targeting the Cartesia.
We do see the detonator chain target Cartesia, which is interesting.
By Roy, who finally gets to bring back this Desiree.
So will Basilis be able to fuse off with the Cartesia there, because he does have to. So Cartesia chainlink 3 to attempt to dodge the Valor. Does Basilis have a play, or is there nothing there? I mean, Desiree will be there as well, but no, he does not, obviously, because Brand Fusion Thrust. But we do see the Thrust come down,
The triple attack
trying to
thrust.
bait the detonator, or sorry, the Desiree.
So the last card in hand, according to you, is a branded fusion.
Yeah.
So
It's game over at this point, right? Thrust into talents, look a hand, BF, GG.
Oh yeah, it is.
I wouldn't say so, because Desiree's still there. You know, Basilis had to invest a lot of cards into getting this. You know, Cartesia being popped like that is really shitty for him, honestly.
we're gonna see it, because we do negate the thrust, and then
And
we
then-
have the last card being the branded fusion.
It's gonna be heartbreaking right
Wow.
now. This is the branded fusion, and he's laughing.
Yeah, you can see Roy laughing. What a hand.
He didn't expect this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
And they're both smiling, and Roy knows that, I mean, nothing that he
So then we see the branded fusion come down, of course, with 60 card branded. You always end up drawing the branded fusion. It's always my favorite thing. My favorite reaction to see my opponent be like, "Oh, you drew the branded fusion."
The difference maker was really the line.
So no Ash Blossom either. So we're gonna see the Albion come down. Interesting play to summon the Albion then send, but
to break this field.
Yeah, but he has the tools.
oh, we do see the super poly there. There were super polys, so we can we can actually examine the deck right here
could do about this.
a little bit. All right, so let's see what we got here. I see super poly right there.
Yeah,
I do see. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Kurodi. I appreciate it.
but he has so now
I think I saw a Dark Ruler. I could be wrong. I see Lubellion there,
Sandy
obviously.
Diaz and the Lubellion.
And then Albion is going to trigger.
Yeah, this is huge. Wow.
So, yeah, I guess the board-breaking package is Lightning Storm, Triple Tactics Thrust with a Talents, and then Super Poly. Also, there is a spicy card in the side deck that we'll see. And then we see the detonator actually detach to pop the Albion.
Goes for the detonator. As we have mentioned, there is the opening
In the grave.
yeah, which can protect the fusions if you want. But he must be thinking whether he needs that layer of protection afterwards.
Also, guys, 100 people in stream. Make sure to leave a like if you have not already. I know 50% of you are not subscribed either. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. We do daily streams, videos, Yu-Gi-Oh content. I really would appreciate it. Leave a like. Let's do a like goal of 60 likes on this stream. And yeah, guys, I appreciate it. Let's get into more gameplay.
You don't really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that detonator doesn't accomplish too much right there.
You were definitely spot on.
So, I mean, the Albion is going to be popped, which is fine. It just cuts off the Lubellion line. However, now he will be able to banish. He's debating on banishing the Albion straight up here, probably for the Mirror Jade, because he has no cards in hand, right? So a lot of the time, branded players just have to end up banishing their Albion that they summon if they have no cards in hand in order to establish the Mirror Jade, which is not actually that good. So actually, this detonator pop might have been a misplay, because he was going to have to banish the Albion anyway.
Game, or maybe have put it in a really good spot. But now, here is the Mirror Jade.
And now we see the Mirror Jade come down, which, you know, we do have the Desiree to take care of at least the banish of that.
I mean, it is shiny.
Yeah, Zephy, there is no point in popping that Albion.
Okay.
Now he's going to go Mirror Jade, destroy the detonator since it is in defense position. And now he gets to go Twin Eclipse, right?
I think from Roy, who forgo the protection effect in order to then trigger the eclipse. Yep.
So then detonator will be able to summon itself and then attach another one. He's now, but on chain link 2, Vasilis is going to chain the Mirror Jade to banish.
We can prevent it.
Thanks for subscribing, Star Foxness. I appreciate it.
And we chain the Mirror Jade.
Sending the Titan Clad.
And he's going to send the Titanclad, which is pretty understandable. It's always, like I said, the best send really off of Mirror Jade or High Spirits.
Obviously, because we are in the damage step still. Yeah.
True that.
So we gotta wait at least for it to resolve, and then we are gonna be able to use it. Yeah. Yep.
So we see the detonator get chained here on the Mirror Jade to presumably pop the Mirror Jade.
Can chain, and it seems like he targeted the Mirror Jade, which can be protected
By the opening in the graveyard.
But he does have opening, which, so he will use opening on resolution of chain.
Will be done right now by Vasilis.
And now the detonator will get banished, because opening does not start a chain, so you can't just chain detonator.
Use the detonator, but that's not
You don't
activated
declare
effect,
that,
exactly.
yeah.
So not quite possible. All right, now it's quite a simplified game state,
And now,
Oh, he's got the bestial magnet.
oh, the Magnamut comes down, though. That Magnamut might just save the day, because that stops all of his follow-up. And of course, Fiendsmith just has so much follow-up,
I mean, you have these kind of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!
just built into the engine itself.
Forever. They are a one-off, or like the two-offs.
And you keep seeing them.
Yeah, and they really seem like a 10-off, which are always there. And that is the case for this Magnamut.
Because in this specific matchup, Magnamut is
It's absolutely amazing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So then we're going to see him basically get the Cartesia back from graveyard, since a card did hit the graveyard, so Cartesia still can trigger. Fun fact, even if there isn't a fusion in the end phase, as long as Cartesia was in the graveyard while one hit the graveyard, it reminds itself that it could be added back to hand. So it's a really good grind game fact. We see Strike in the main deck of the Fiendsmith player, understandable. We see a Baldrake come out, and honestly, with the Desiree sticking, it's going to be pretty easy, in my opinion, for the Fiendsmith player to clear this board. You can just link off the Desiree effect, spin back the Mirror Jade, you know, or send the Mirror Jade, and obviously Mirror Jade's going to trigger, but, like, he can get OTK in. So it looks like we're going to be seeing a game 3 here.
He's going to start his turn by summoning the Sword Ryziel. And there is no answer from Vasily's side. Of course, the Mirror Jade has already been activated during the past turn, so he's not going to be able to activate it this turn.
Yeah.
So we see the Desiree equip both Sequence and Ignumde now, which brings the Desiree up to a whopping 5,700, I want to say offhand, I believe. And then we just see the special summon of the X Ryziel here to just send the Eclipse Twins, or sorry, the Aggregator. Imagine if he had another Eclipse Twins there, because then Eclipse Twins would be able to just revive the Duo Driver and give him a free search. So that is a, you know, a little tidbit for... It probably shows that Roy is only on one Eclipse Twin, or Twin Eclipse, or yeah, Eclipse Twin. So we do see the Dugaris come out, presumably for 2, and we see the branded player just scoop at that point for a game 3. So let's see if we can see anything about their decks.
It's definitely an interesting decision. I feel like if you know...
Unlucky Lucci, how's it going? Wait, wasn't openings protection effect illegal there? Why would it be illegal? Also, Star Foxness, you're welcome. You've been such a great resource in learning branded. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for the kind words, Star Foxness. I appreciate it. Also, guys, if you want to help support the channel, click the join button today. We got great memberships and stuff like that. You could use your Twitch Prime sub, all that fun stuff. Leave a like on the stream if you want to help support the channel. If we hit 60 likes, how about that? If we end up hitting if we end up hitting 60 likes, we will roast some deck lists too, because we still have a backlog that we still have to roast from last time. So yeah, guys.
And right after his opponent had such a great hand, this branded fusion, last card in hand, activating that, and the laugh on the face of Roy. But after that, he managed.
You can use both effects in the same turn. Yes, it's not like branded retribution. You can use both the graveyard effect of opening and on field
to just get the victory. Now it's gonna be a decisive game, because they cannot lose if they want to go to the top cut. So right now, we're going to have the branded player probably going to be in the driver's seat, because he's going to go first. He has a lot of tools to take the victory.
Is there a way to see Vasily's deck yet? I don't believe so. I don't know if we're going to be getting it according to... Like, yeah, I just don't think we're going to be getting the deck list, unfortunately. Hopefully we do, but I don't think we will be. That's why we're here. We're going to be seeing some interesting sides here. We should see basically all of his non-engine at this point. Like I mentioned, there's actually some text you guys will see this game 3, so make sure to stick around. This game 3 does show off Vasily's, I'd say, the most spicy parts of his deck.
From all over the world. Only one of them can advance, though. So, as they are finalizing their decks, let's find out who will be the...
South Sun, I like to call it branded opening. Bay Links, personally. Yeah, that's understandable.
Here they are, and around 8.5 minutes remain.
And remember, the branded combos can take a while. So if he manages to just set a masquerade on the field, then Roy might be in...
All right, so we see branded opening, branded in red in hand,
just set a masquerade on the field, then
plus an Albaz, and then I think there might be a thrust and another kind of spell in the rotation. I'm trying to see if that's like an allure. We'll see. That might be an allure of darkness right there.
Spot. So
and we open just like in game 1 with this spirits. Is there gonna be...
Yep, so we're gonna see the high spirits get pitched for the Albaz. He does send the Titanclad this time. Probably gonna go for either a Cartesia or the kit if he has no other access. So yeah, no, he has Cartesia, so he probably has a branded opening in rotation, or at least a way to an Aluber. We do see the Cartesia. Yeah, so we do see the branded opening, interestingly enough, before Cartesia hits the board. Or no, okay, so Cartesia will hit the board here, so he does like doing this Chainlink 1 Aluber. And we do see the branded opening. I guess he's just playing fast. So we do see the branded opening come out now. Will it be met with an Ash Blossom is the question. No Ash Blossom on the branded fusion. That is exactly what they like to see, obviously. It's a pretty solid hand, says Devin Reeves. I completely agree. Nice to see you, brother. Yeah. High Spirits plus opening is probably the strongest hand branded can really have in terms of a 2-card. It's technically a 4-card combo, but it's really just 2 cards and then you have 2 discards, right?
Everything just feels so much smoother, and yeah. I guess we'll have the first check for a beast.
So we see the Albion come out now off the branded fusion, sending the Lubellion, the true bread and butter. We might actually see a lad line here.
Potentially, if we want to preventively eat.
He is banishing the Titanclad plus the Albaz. My man wants to save the cards in hand. He says he does not want to discard anything. He wants to keep those spells, and he's going to go straight up into the Mirror Jade. This is actually something I've been doing lately on Master Duel and been trying to tell you guys. This is something that you can kind of do at the end of the day. If you need to use the fusion you sent off of High Spirits as material, and then you still get to Quem somehow, it's fine, right?
There is a thing from Roy. No.
And now we tribute over the Albion.
This is so great.
For the Lubellion, which, you know, this is the nib angle. So do we see a nib right here? No, we see a imperm on summon. That's okay. I was going to say that's the other thing. Nib would have been insane, though. I mean, it wouldn't have been that insane, but it would have been, you know, something. And then, oh, we see the nib on the Cartesia. Okay. So that's pretty good. So this is also where people get wrong against, like, I always see people like chain nib at the wrong time. You chain nib like this guy did to Cartesia, because then he won't be able to, the Cartesia fusion will fizzle.
Never mind. Wow. Oh, wow. Impermanence plus Nibiru.
That is a huge one. How is Vasilis gonna react to that? What a game, pulling up the Nibiru in this decisive moment.
I mean, obviously the Mirror Jade will be able to trigger, get rid of the Nibiru.
End up in the graveyard.
But at least he did get into the High Spirits play. Last card in hand, Nadir Servant. Oh my lord. This is what I'm talking about. I think Nadir might just be the best replacement for Branded Fusion, because what other card can you go last card in hand and win the game off of it through multiple hand traps? Like, there are there's cards on one, you can count on one hand in Branded. Nadir Servant, Grass Looks Greener, and Branded Fusion itself.
It looked cool.
Okay, fair enough. I don't ask the question.
This is combo.
I mean,
Impermanence plus Nibiru.
impermanence plus Nibiru.
Yeah, like, honestly, the nib did not matter because of the Nadir elsewise. Basilis was ending not on much, to be honest, but the fact it was Nadir Servant really goes to show this card is still one of the strongest one-card starters in Branded.
Everything.
This is why I show off so many Nadir combos on my spreadsheet, because it is just, it's a card you should be running on sub-level in Branded, whether it's in the main or side deck, with or without Maximus.
Case,
just prevent everything,
I mean,
so.
you could just Nibiru, but okay, we'll do it. I mean, it is true that you cannot impermanence anymore once Nibiru is there, but I don't know. Whatever, not asking.
What's up, Jam Buds VO? Nice to see you, nice to see you.
questions, but
Not the nib, says Kid Cuz.
if there is one card to, you know,
Why not chain Mirror Jade and bash your own Luber and send something? Because he had the Nadir, right? If he didn't have Nadir, I think that would have been something to do there for sure, Zephy. But because he has Nadir, he doesn't want to probably turbocharge his extra deck. He already has the Titanclad in graveyard. So what is he sending off of Maximus, right? Like Albion plus Renbrum. What would he send off of the Mirror Jade at that point? You're just getting rid of your resources at that point, kind of thing.
stay in this.
And also putting a Luber in the graveyard is an interruption as well, right?
It was for sure the Nadir, so that's a great...
Especially in a time situation with 5 minutes on the clock, having an Aluber to go into defense position in battle phase is huge.
Find from Vasilis.
So we see the Grura draw also happen. So I'm curious what Basilis got off the draw. I already kind of know. It's kind of broken, so we'll see.
And this token has some pretty heavyweight competition.
So he's gonna send, yeah, exactly. So he's gonna send the Grand Guignol plus the Renbrum. So yeah, there was absolutely no point going Mirror Jade.
Maybe it will be gone soon. Let's see.
It feels pretty good to have a card to send on Maximus, I think. The DSRA.
Yeah, if he ran Lulu would have been a really good target too. Jambud's VO I was mentioning before, but
pretty much it. So
all right, so we see a full graveyard between the Grand Guignol, the Renbrum, the Mirror Jade, and then also Albion, and then we should have a Titanclad. Or no, the Titanclad is banished, so Titanclad is no longer in rotation for the Quem, which might hurt. But once again, he's on a simplified board state. This branded player has 3 cards in hand, so like if Basilis is able to establish like a Mirror Jade or a Lock or even somehow a Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, he wins the game.
Half minutes remain, and all we have,
or at least he gets to a point where he can Masquerade his opponent, right? Like, which is why Masquerade is so important, I think, in this deck.
Very important there because it might get on the nerves of both players. I think.
So we see Basilis set the branded banishment super quickly.
You have to stay focused on the time, of course, and you know that you don't have the right to do any mistake. So now, almost 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's tough. Is it banishment again?
I think it took the banishment. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, guys, after this game, I'm down to... We're going to be talking more about the deck list that he ran, and then we're going to go over the other YCS feature match from Orlando, if you guys want to, with Dapper Despia. So if you guys want to see that, please leave a like down below on the stream. We'll do more YCS branded coverage that way. And then we'll go into Master Duel branded. Yeah, let me know down in the comments. You guys want to see Master Duel, or just we'll do another YCS branded feature match after this. All right, so he is going to end up setting the branded banishment with an unknown set right there. It's whatever he drew off the Exceed Encore, or sorry, off of the Garura. Oh boy, I got ahead of myself. Freudian slip, guys.
And now he passes his turn to Roy, and he doesn't have any Masquerade on the board. The field.
Also, what's up, 8 viewers on Twitch? How's it going? Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, not quite. So technically, there is a chance that this also ends in a draw.
Maybe the case.
So currently we're at AK with 3 minutes on the clock. Basilis is probably going to try to just have him establish a body, revive something, make a Masquerade, because remember, a Looper is in graveyard. This is the only way he could get to Masquerade in the situation. So, like, you know, him, if he banished that Looper, he would be losing the game right now.
I think it's an alright result.
Oh, you know what? There's a side card which we haven't considered, though.
Oh, yeah, right.
We do see the Engraver come down.
Yeah.
Which you would think is great in this situation, but like it's not conducive to time. Like these cards aren't quite helping him. So he has to go through his Fiendsmith combo in these 3 minutes, and obviously, you know, we see the Lurie come out now. We are going to see the Grand Guignol trigger as well, which is understandable. That he did send off of the, you know, off of the Maximus. And then we see the Quem come out, which will be able to trigger once he goes into Requiem, which is always an amazing thing to do once they go into Lurie to banish the Grand Guignol in order to do that. We see the Quem then send the branded Retribution right there from the deck to the graveyard for follow-up, since branded Fusion is in the graveyard still. And then he's able to go into Renbrum targeting the Albaz here. So he's not even going to give him the opportunity to actually even summon a monster, because he probably wants to go into the Masquerade, if I had to presume. So then we see the Albion, 1, Quem 2, chain blocking the Albion from something like a Ghost Spell into summoning out the Cartesia. Oh, Cartesia can just get the Masquerade on its own. And then Albion will just establish like a Mirror Jade. So then we see the Dogmatica Maximus get banished with the Quem into the Masquerade. So now we do have the Masquerade. And with 1 minute to go, this makes a lot of sense, to be honest, because this puts on Roy on better, like, play the game, essentially. So then we see the X-Ryzeal get summoned, sending the Aggregator, And he is going to then probably go Chainlink 1 X Chainlink 2 aggregator to target the Masquerade, which this will do enough damage to at least put Basilis in a winning position with 1 minute to go. Which is definitely what you want to see. This is why, like, unfortunately, like, Branded has, you know, for better or for worse for players, because I think Masquerade's one of the best time options in the game. So it's one of the easiest to make fusions in the whole deck, and it really, in these grind games we're getting into with Malice and Ryzeal, it really is incredible. I would not be leaving home without that in your Branded deck. So we do see the normal summon Ice now being able to go off with a minute left on board. You know, it's going to be basically impossible for Roy to actually do damage at this point unless he has a Gaga Cowboy. So if Roy has the Cowboy, he is going to be actually looking pretty good here. But if he doesn't have the Cowboy, like, it really just depends, because Basili still has actually, like, back row on back row.
This still gives him a solid chance, and yeah, I think.
So we do see the Engraver. Yeah, Basili's is kind of just in the most winning position he could be at this point.
To prevent it, we gotta think, is there is a banishment set. We don't know the other set, but we have just entered battle phase. So
oh, we're going into battle phase now. Interesting.
He's not playing impermanence as well, so there's no impermanence.
5 seconds remain, so now it's all or never. We are gonna have a whole main phase 2. So
I mean, honestly, Agnumde, if he had a play into Fiendsmith stuff without the Masquerade, he could have went for Piercing, but obviously that just wasn't a play.
Time will be called, but as you might have guessed,
And here with, you know, Roy down by 600, if he does have the Gaga, he could make it here.
He should force out some negations first, if there is a way that he loses. Because I think the banishment cannot bring back Aluber. He could bring back only like a Despia or a Fusion.
Was the Masquerade mained or sided in this deck, I wonder? Yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah.
I'd presume sided, but I don't mind it in the main in a format with Malice.
Cannot bring back that. So it's tough, because to fusion someone with Cowboy, you need Albas. So
he's going to try to protect his line.
He's going into duo drive here.
What about Pro... Oh, what was the name? Proskinion. His Proskinion, no, it's light and dark, but no.
So they are in time at this point. This is main 2. We see the Xyz Encore hit the board. Okay, Xyz Encore is exactly what I wanted. Also, thanks for subscribing, Smoldering Wreck. I appreciate it. So yeah, this is the tech I was alluding to. This was the spice of this list, right? This was a very standard 60 card branded list, but he did run Xyz Encore. And also, I do believe he does have Mulcharmies, whether it is in the main or side deck. I did see Mulcharmy at some point.
Do we have another way to get to a level 4? Roy is kind of shaking his head, but he does have another ice.
However, this could get to Gaga.
Was that needed?
However, the banishment just gets rid of it here, right? Exactly.
Yeah, I think he has a plan here, 100%. Yeah. Oh yeah, he does have it.
Oh yeah, he could just revive the Mirror Jade and then banish the Gaga.
That's a perfect plan. Wow.
Sending the Lubellion and getting rid of the... Wow, that's game for Brandon.
Victory right there with his
GG's Branded. That was actually very well played. Like, you know, we probably aren't going to get this deck list, but, you know, very, very well played by the pilot in mind. And it's great to see Branded top 32 a YCS. This is a tough format. You know, I think Branded is actually incredible outside of its matchup into Malice. So, the fact he wasn't really running any Malice goo in the main, it seems like, and then I presume his side deck might have been more curtailed for that matchup, or he didn't either see that many Malice. I'm very interested.
Branded deck. What a game.
I'm going to use the bathroom super quickly, and then we're going to go over more of this. I'm going to let this play out. Leave me some questions down in the chat. Let's talk about this game. But GG's to Branded, you know, top 32 at a 2,000 plus person YCS with one Branded fusion, no gimmick puppet. You love to see it.
Yeah, that was something else. What a show off from Branded. Wow. I mean, really, this match was something else. It really seems like Day2 has, you know, even increased the level of competition. We have had 2 amazing matches back to back, all back and forth, all down to game 3, and every time with a chance from both players, especially looking back at game 1, where Roy really seems like he was gonna win the game.
Yeah, like Bestials, Finsmith cards, Ryzel, everything. Like he had literally everything. He couldn't have dreamt of a better hand.
Yep.
But finally he lost it against the branded player who played really well his hand. And second game, same thing. The branded player, last card, branded fusion, everything. It was literally amazing, and Roy took the game. And all of a sudden, it was all about this game 3. Like 10 minutes on the clock. They had to not lose their temper. But Roy finally, he tried to pull the cowboy. But he had planned. The branded player was there with the branded banishment, the mirror jade, and he took it all.
No, I mean, it was very well played by Vasilis, honestly, and I think the branded deck is not easy to be piloted in general.
Not at all.
And especially because of all the entrances that are playing during this weekend. And no.
Thanks for subscribing, Josh Brown, on YouTube. I appreciate it. Hopefully we will get the list. Hopefully. Sonic Rage, how's it going?
Cross-act designator, not called by the grave, not nothing.
He
It's
wasn't
just,
afraid of anything.
Yeah. You just go all in, and I think he showed us how powerful the deck is. And honestly, I will be scared to face him last round. So, you know, it's like with X2 record, almost there. So he needs a draw or a win.
Pretty much. But yeah, I mean, gotta give kudos to them. Regardless, they are not too experienced at the future match table, but they gave us a show to remember. But at the same time, you know, some of the nerves showed up, as you would expect, from both players, I gotta say. If it was true for game 1, it was...
Yeah, so I think overall, when we're looking at his list, like, I obviously... Here, let me go back to it. So, what we're looking at is a 60-card list. We had Proskenion also in the side deck. I also did spot Mulcharmy at some point in the main deck, so I do want to point that out when we're going into Nadir's Servant here, because he goes into Nadir, and then this gets answered, or this does not get answered.
Great card, Nadir's Servant, which allows you to do so much in this deck.
And then,
like,
so let's see. Yeah, there's a Mulcharmy Fuwalos right there. So Mulcharmy Fuwalos was being mained, which this is a card I've been highly advocating in branded. So like, if you're not running Mulcharmy Fuwalos in the main in branded, you auto lose versus certain matchups. Unfortunately, I do think you need Mulcharmy Fuwalos in the main deck of branded to compete against like things like Mermail and Malice. Like, that is, so it makes sense to me that he actually went the distance, because at least the Fuwalos gives him an opportunity to go second into these FTK decks. Also obviously we did see the Xyz Encore, which was very cool to see. The Xyz Encore is something where it stops the Dweller, and in a 60-card build, I feel like that's super important. It also just picks apart the Detonator, right? Like, you can't quite run the Metal Tronus in this deck to an effect that other decks can. So you, at the end of the day, having a quick play thing that's not Droplet. He's not running Droplet, like we said before. We saw the Super Poly. We saw the Super Polys. We saw the Thrust. So, like, his board breaker package is very curtailed around, like, going into like Lightning Storm, Super Poly. I think Super Poly would be probably in the main deck, and then Lightning Storm in the side deck. He did have the Masquerade as well. So it's cool to see like a 50 to 60 card build. I would be a little surprised if this was 60 card branded. I don't see, like, between like the build he had, it looked like he was only on one Quem with how he was playing very carefully around his one Quem. So like, I do think that at the end of the day, that means that it's probably a 50 card build, a 54 card build if I had to guess. I do think 54 cards is kind of one of those, it's a number that works really well with branded. Thanks for subscribing, Nick Dane and Josh Brown. I appreciate it.
It wasn't a judgment.
So yeah, that was the list, right? Or that was the gameplay. Shout out to Basilis. Hopefully we can go over the deck list at some point if it gets released. But for right now, we are going to go into day 1 of Orlando and go over the other branded feature match. How about that? Because if you were not aware, YCS Orlando happened a week or two ago, And Branded was also on feature match,
And
and it comes from community member Dapper Despia, so I did want to review his feature match. I will be probably reviewing it on a, longer form edited video. Yeah, it's probably one Quem because he was playing it really carefully around the one Quem in two different situations, which made me think that he did not have the second Quem, unless someone else knows something differently.
Now I remember back.
How good is Salesband in this format, honestly, says Jambuds. I think Salesband is pretty okay. You could just call it the detonator, and it's pretty good in that scenario, or even the white binder. Sonic Rage doing good, brother. Still hype that from that YCS finals in you. Yeah, no, the YCS finals was incredible, guys. Dinkabooey taking it all on the Fire King deck. Very cool, very cool. I do want to appreciate everybody. We did have 100+ viewers basically that whole time. Appreciate you, Miss Simeon. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, guys. I really do appreciate it. We are getting into the next YCS branded feature match. Shout out to Dapper Despia, the best looking branded player out there.
Years ago when Dragon Link was really a popular deck, we would see that as a card that would be played against branded strategies, for example.
Just really powerful, and again, in a format, we've been talking about Malice, we've been talking about Ryzel, and some of the most powerful cards in both of those decks are light and dark. So it shows you there's a lot of stuff just out there, and the competitive field, still early in the tournament, so I'm just trying to give you hope but not cope. There's a lot of really diverse decks out there.
So it looks like now we're up to 2274, so almost a little bit under 2300.
And just a
All right, let's get this.
For our next round feature match, up first in the blue chair from Nashville, Tennessee, he wants to shout out his OTS store, TNLG. It's the Dapper Duelist, Robert Schwarzentrover. And his opponent today in the red chair from Rochester Hills,
So
Michigan.
this was a Mermal game versus Branded. And our man Dapper Despia was on going second Branded.
Down the lawn, his opponent, Say
Both players were 3-0 at this point.
Caldi. Duelists already on stage. So let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Oh, it's the lawyer that is not in the suit, right? But man, is the Dapper Duelist Dapper. But we've got quite the matchup here. It is going to be at Fallen of Elbaz, right? Versus the Mermail Atlanteans. And it'll be really cool to see the water stuff actually on stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think better? What do you think is better, Christian Pure with Azamina, Kashtira, Mateo? I'm not sure. I presume it's the Kashtira Azamina version because it loses less to Dweller. We're gonna have to check out the list. That top 64. There was one Christian top from the top 64 Mateo. So Angra, the Masquerade was in the side deck. I saw it yesterday. Okay. Did you see anything else, Angra, from the deck that you could let us know? Because I'm not about to pay $60 for a branded deck profile for a list that was essentially just running Xyz Encore and main deck Mulcharmy Fuwalos, right? Like everything else was quite standard about the deck.
So the Mermail Atlantean deck got a couple new inclusions.
I always forget Aluber in the Grave. Yeah, Aluber in the Grave is actually just one of those like grind game pieces that a lot of people overlook and will just blow out people randomly. I was going to cut Nadir. Guess I'm not now, says King Cuz. Yeah, I think same here. I'm going to end up trying Nadir again. I think for a 60 card build. See, that's why I'm like, he did main deck the Nadir, which makes me think it was a 60 card build because running Nadir plus 60 is crazy.
Darkness. We have Sidra, the Storm.
Like, it makes your hands way better.
Atlantean, which it does look like, say, is playing at least one copy of in his main deck. We actually sometimes even see that card in non-Mermail Atlantean strategies because of its utility, but one copy included here. We, of course, also have Destroy the Atlantean Spirit.
We've also talked a lot about how this format has so many different bestials, you know, hungry for those light and dark monsters. And we were just talking about Kwakime Rodrigo. By playing water, you just kind of opt out of that, right? You're not...
All right, let's get
to counteract.
Support matchup here. It is going to be at Fallen of Elbaz, right? Versus the Mermail Atlanteans. And it'll be really cool to see the water stuff actually on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Mermail Atlantean deck got a couple new inclusions in Supreme Darkness. We have Sidra, the Storming Atlantean, which it does look like, say, is playing at least one copy of in his main deck. We actually sometimes even see that card in non-Mermail Atlantean strategies because of its utility, but one copy included here. We, of course, also have Destroy the Atlantean Spirit.
We've also talked a lot about
I will say it's interesting though because like I personally think that like Branded was gonna have to go the direction of doing something differently to really do well this format, and that's why I kind of liked what Robert was doing here, where he is running a going second build of Branded, which like primarily focuses on board breaking. He's main decking evenly matched. We do actually have the deck list of Dapper. Shout out to Dapper for just sending it to me. Shout out to my man. He, you know, so he's running the main deck evenly matched. He's also running main deck Mulcharmy Fuwalos and purrely, which, like I've mentioned, I do think those cards need to be ran and branded for better or for worse at the moment. For matchups like this, because if Dapper, like, obviously he's blind going second with branded, so this makes players think that he's on 10 pie, and then also he can just board break very well. You know, his gambit is that he can board break better than he can go first in some of these occasions. All right.
Oh, wow.
All right, so the branded player decides to go second here. This is kind of like, this is the first huge thing that kind of affects the whole game, because going second versus Mermail Atlantean, even if you're a going second dedicated deck, is still a very bad prospect. It's not like, because most of these Mermail decks up until this point were running Moulin Glacia. Like, I heard a lot of the YCS Birmingham Mermail list that topped. There was a lot of them, actually. A lot of them did not have Moulin Glacia in the main deck. So, you know, when that's the case, I think branded has a better chance, but as we'll see what happens. Robert has Ash Blossom, double Imperm, plus, I believe,
Well,
Neptibus.
the opening statement here from Safe as he gets ready to play some Mermail Atlanteans.
Yep, standby.
Yeah, so it looks like Robert is main decking cards like evenly matched.
I mean, if any deck can take apart a board, it's branded, exactly. So that's why I think the going second branded thing kind of works. So we do see the normal summon Neptibus.
Triple tactics, talent, and thrust. So there's a combination of cards that make it so that it looks like he's going into this weekend choosing to go second.
Sadly, it does.
We'll now be able to watch.
We see the Shadow Squad get sent off, you know, Neptibus obviously being that card that demands 2 hand traps for the card to even be answered at the end of the day. You know, we saw Din Kabui actually imperm the Neptibus in his semifinals, but he didn't have the Ash Blossom for whatever he sent for cost, right? So the Mermail player was still able to establish a lot.
Atlantean Mermail basically play uninterrupted.
Definitely does help there as we start off with Neptibus.
And then we see the special summon of Pike off the Shadow Squad when it's sent to the graveyard for cost to activate a water monster's effect to special summon from deck a Mermail or Atlantean. And then we do see the Dragoons get set for cost off the Pike, which is just like a crazy, like, 3 plays that just end up generating you a whole board, essentially.
But now as it's gotten additional support through the most recent set Supreme Darkness, Poseidon really helps the deck along.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see at least 1 activation in Dragoons. You know, Dragoons is one of those older cards that's not limited to once per turn, so it's really a matter of how many times can we actually get it to resolve in this one single turn. It actually also looks like, just to comment, a beautiful collection of quarter century secret rares.
And then we see the Teus get searched off the Dragoons. And then we see the Abyss Shrine tribute the Neptibus in order to then revive the Dragoons. So he searched the Teus off the shrine. Now he's going to overlay and do a nib check, essentially, with the Bahamut Toad.
Bahamut Shark, absolutely. Now I imagine he's going to detach the Dragoons, get another effect, and probably summon a quarter century secret rare.
And that will give the Toad. It is one of those things where Mermail, once, if you don't stop it before this point, you are probably losing the game. Because remember, he has 4 waters in graveyard. If you think this man didn't open Moulin Glacia, you are sadly mistaken. Because at this point, he did not search Moulin Glacia, so I feel like Robert might actually be thinking at this point, oh, he's not going to Moulin Glacia me.
So it looks like this is that single copy of Sidra, the Storming Atlantean that I commented on, which is going to allow him to send a water from his hand to the grave. Oh, it's actually Teus that he'll be summoning. All these quarter central secrets, it's tough to keep track.
Oh yeah, very shiny, hard to read there, but
this is going to add him a copy of Squad. Shadow Squad.
Do we know his deck list is South Sun? Yeah, we do know Dapper Despia's deck list. We can go over it after this game again.
Squad to his hand. he now has 5 waters, so now he's going to be special summoning.
So then the Mooling Glacia comes out to hand rip for 2, which is exactly what you don't want to see against a board breaker deck. Obviously, I think you can kind of slam board breakers into a whole board of Omni Negates. However, for Robert, now he's going to have to take the hand rip for 2. So we do see, first of all, what's going to be ripped is a Triple Tactics Talents plus a an evenly matched, which certainly would have helped a lot in this matchup, I think. So I think once the Mooling kind of resolves, it's basically game over at this point. Like, we could just kind of honestly skip through this. He goes into Anemone, establishing the Shadow Squad, pitching the second Imperm, and we do have to remember to overlay then for an Abyss Trite, which is the new Exceed, which will allow him to basically set up more Omni Negates through more Toads. So we then revive the Dragoons, and then he can obviously then just go into the... linking off into the Mermail King, which will then get him into another way to basically get into another 4. He can then oh yeah, so at that point he's just going to go into, let's see, because he does have the, yeah, so no, he summoned out the Atlantean Storming Dragoons. I have to just make sure he did that. So he summoned out the Storming Dragoons, and then he's linking it off so that he can actually summon out a whole board. Because on the floating effect, obviously, this brings out 3 level 3 aqua monster, or water monsters, I believe. It has to summon 3, which he only has 3 zones as well. By pitching a monster, so he's going to pitch the Shadow Squad. So definitely a lot of commitment in order to go into this play. However, it's going to work out very well for him. We can just skip through this at this point. And he is able to establish another Bahamut, or Shark, while also getting into the Mermail link, so that we are able to then see the second Toad come down, which, if we're considering how many cards Robert has in hand, Robert has to have a very specific combination of main deck board breakers that people are just not running right now. Like, he has to have a Dark Ruler No More in this occasion. Like, Dark Ruler No More might actually be able to do this, but... And we do see the Haggard Lizardos come down to clear off some bodies and get a free draw, which is interesting to see. I do like that. Actually, I haven't seen people run Haggard in the Mermail deck, and we do see a draw, which he is able to draw, I believe, another Imperm. I could be wrong. So that's double Imperm plus Ash Blossom, which is just crazy, on top of 2 Toads. So, all things considered, like, if Branded wasn't exactly dealing with the hand rip, I think this would be a fine situation, all things considered, because he could bait with, like, the talents, and then bait the other Toad, and then evenly, and then play the game. And then we see the normal summon of the Cartesia. And at that point, we will then see a fusion deployment come down, which will then get read by, say... King Cross, thanks for following me on Twitch. I appreciate it. And thanks for following me on Twitch before, Miss Simeon. And then we see an Ash Blossom come down, and at that point, we're going to see Robert scoop the game. Because, like, honestly, if he has Ash Blossom plus the rest of the Omni Negates, that's just game at that point. So let me show you guys the going second list. Here is the list that we are looking at right now. This is the going second list. So 3 Mulch Armies in the main, or sorry, 6 Mulch Armies in the main, plus standard brand stuff, 2 Aluber, plus 2 Albaz, which is the spiciest thing there, plus main deck Super Poly, plus main deck evenly match with the Thrust package. And main deck Eclipse with Siding Nadirs, Solemns, going first cards, and pretty standard branded extra deck.
The ounce you can get out of the new water cards, and you know, it shows that there are a lot of decks. I know I said that earlier. We're trying to give you hope, not cope, because in the tournament we've still seen people doing well with things like Azamina White Forest.
Guys, why couldn't Roy activate Cowboy after branded banishment resolve? Shouldn't he had priority? There's no priority. It's an activatable effect. It's not on summon, and priority is not really a thing anymore. Talking about that match against Fiendsmith Ryzeal, why couldn't Roy activate Gaga Cowboy? Yeah, I mean, like, because he on summon, like there was an open chain window. He chained Branded Banishment before he even activated Gagaga Cowboy. It's not on
Going
summon.
into the weekend, there were some packages.
If Gagaga was on summon, then yeah, he would have won, but it's not.
Like the Exoguard with the new critical counter trap that some players have been incorporating into these strategies. But when you incorporate a card like critical, the counter trap, you're adding a card that you don't necessarily want to draw. So by cutting back on some of those cards and instead of maybe increasing the ceiling, kind of just sticking to the main game plan of these Mermal Atlanteans are probably good enough. And if I cut back on some of these less than desirable draws, I can fit more of these non-engine cards into my deck like Ash Blossom, and it might give me a little bit more flexibility when I have to go second. Because clearly we just saw there that when this deck goes first, in uninterrupted, which is a little bit unique from the specific branded strategy, but uninterrupted, remember Atlanteans can stick with any deck out there right now.
You certainly can. That is just an incredible showing there. But now it's going to be interesting to see if Robert chooses to go first or second, right? He clearly is comfortable going second, but he just got to see the full power of, again, uninterrupted Mermels and Atlanteans. And branded players, you're right, they do have to focus mostly on engines. So as he just quietly shuffles to himself there, he's going to have to think, okay, what do I do? What do I do?
I will say the best dressed Branded player for
Curious
sure,
if he's
for
going to
sure.
choose to go second again.
Ash is the natural enemy of Branded. I mean,
It's
if
really
you don't see
difficult
if you don't
specifically
see
against
Triple
Moon
Tactics
Blaze, yeah,
Thrust,
to
It
choose to go
absolutely
second
is.
again.
All right, so players standing by. Gonna go ahead and get their hands ready.
He has 3 Solemn Judgments in his side deck. Robert does, our Branded player. I have to assume that because those are in his deck, he is conceding that he will eventually have to go first. And in doing so, maybe potentially here in this game, knowing that Mulan Glacier is such
yeah, I mean, I do think the going second strategy of Branded's interesting. I think it would be better if this was like a smokescreen version. So like going first, you always go first, but then games 2 and 3, you just go second, and you make your opponent like miss side. Like your opponent's gonna think they're going second, but they're gonna go first, and then they just draw a hand of Mulcharmies,
a
right?
big threat. He will actually elect to go first, which is counterintuitive relative to what we saw in the previous game.
I'm paying 4,000 life points to keep options in your hand like evenly matched. That's honestly a decent deal.
Yeah, he can easily cut his evenly matched. He can potentially cut his Triple Tactics count down a little bit. Obviously, the 6 Mulcharmies he's playing, he needs
King Necros 12. Hello, do you think a 60 card Buster Blade or Dark Magician Branded is still viable? Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you mean by viable. Can it top a YCS? Probably not. I think the Buster Blader version has a higher chance because you could just like run into a lot of dragon decks,
needs to cut.
especially like
But we'll
post
see.
Blue
It'll be very
Eyes.
soon for us to find out whether or not he's going first or
But like elsewise, it's going to be good at topping your locals.
second.
All right, well, we're getting here into game 2 against round 4. Day is not even halfway over.
Good luck, boss. Oh,
It depends on what you mean by Dark Magician Branded. Is it just like Dragoon Turbo, or is it actually running like the Dark Magician cards?
yeah.
Well, it actually looks like here that Sate has a copy of Mulcharmy.
Sure.
Looks like Fuwalos.
We do see the Fuwalos come down, which is tough for Rob.
So that does indicate that he intended on Robert going.
Branded is one of those decks that can play through Fuwalos really well, as you guys will see.
There's always that question back and forth of who is going to go first after somebody elects to go second in game 1. So it's interesting to see that Fuwalos, which would have obviously not been an ideal draw had he been required to go first, here actually mattering quite a bit. But it looks like our Branded player Robert is going to begin with Guiding Quem the Virtuous. It's one of my favorite.
We do see the Guiding
kind
Quem
of
come down,
branded Despia-based
obviously.
cards.
So, like,
Certainly is. Ecclesia
it just
is
depends on the
there
rest of
is
Robert's
just as
hand. If he's able to establish a Sanctifier, he's probably looking pretty good.
So he's really following the game plan and applying it to dueling. It's one thing to know how to play your own deck. It's another to know how your opponent plays. But then to go one step further to know your opponent is electing to go first after they saw that strong showing. Good stuff.
So this gives off the indication to me that he potentially has access to a Serenir effect, which can be done a few different ways in the Branded strategy in order to dump the Retribution to the graveyard to add the fusion back to his hand. You know, that's one of the main reasons why you would be setting it. Okay, this is alternatively another pathway.
So we do
forward
see
that
the
does
Triple
see
Tactics Thrust come down,
a deployment.
setting the fusion deployment, which is really good. So, like, obviously sending the Branded Fusion here just plays around even giving him a draw, because then he can just send that to the graveyard.
Makes sense. though.
and
If
not
you're
give him a
playing
draw
fusion
at all.
this turn, why not try next turn?
Usually an indicator that his hand's actually a little bit weaker than maybe he would have wanted. That's kind of unfortunate.
He's
So
just going to set another and not give his opponent a draw, so his opponent starts neg
Down to the
1.
wire. There's a possibility the duel could end right here if Saith is able to just clear the field and just pounce through with his water monsters. So let's see what Mermail Atlanteans has in store.
We do see the normal summon of Abyss Pike, which is not the best normal summon on the deck, but certainly not the worst.
not to give him any Fuwalos draws, which also would make a lot of sense here. But here we have one of the
Especially
original
when you're
Mermails.
pitching Shadow Squad, that's a lot of advantage that Robert's going to have to interact with.
Abyss Spike, discarding the Shadow Squad, which is going to allow him to search a level 3.
Let's go. Sinker. Yeah, that's fine.
Robert deciding to let it go, but almost telegraphing that he may have a reaction of some kind.
Yeah, certainly it seemed like he was about to say that something was going to happen there, but he's allowing both of these effects to resolve. So we have Abyss Shrine.
See the Neptibus come out off
to the field, Neptibus.
Off the Shadow Squad.
Yeah, let's see if the Prince can become the King of Atlantia here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and use the effect. Sending for cost.
Of course, Dragoons.
We do see the
Activation, number
Dragoons
one of
go
the
down
this turn.
from the Neptibus for cost, and then we will see
This might be
Neptibus
a turn where you
search
definitely
out a
have to use
Sea
it multiple times.
Serpent.
Those face down cards could still be threatening. We know at least one of them
We will
is
see
fusion duplication,
Poseidon
so it's
come
all about the
down.
timing.
And then we'll see Dragoons also search one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't try
Oh,
to
we
get
see the
Mercurier just
Mercurier
yet.
come out too fast. I'm not sure. Yeah, no. Robert tried to activate Mercurier there. We obviously do not have a branded fusion on board.
So, seeing a little bit into the future of Robert there, he clearly wants to use fusion duplication in order to bring out a fusion monster, including Fallen of Albaz, and then use the Tri-Brigade Mercurier.
Understandable, yeah.
But nothing's happened yet except giving a little bit of information away, so he's got to keep those nerves in check if he's going to proceed.
It's actually a pretty big piece of information, all things considered, because the branded Despia deck doesn't typically have a lot of hand interactions, except literally that one card, I guess, minus the Bestials. But the
Robert's
Bestials-
being really conservative with this Quem. Personally speaking, I probably would have stopped things the moment he went, like, after the Pike resolution.
against a water-based deck aren't necessarily ideal interactions anyway, so that is honestly just about the only card in his
Because he has lock. As long as he has Quem here, he gets to go, you know, branded fusion duplication, banish the branded fusion, send the Ido, send the Albaz, banish, make Lubellion, banish Quem, banish Albaz, make Sanctifier, target Ido, and then, you know, whatever else.
hand that could be giving away information here.
Well, he might have a Bestial technically if he was able to resolve fusion duplication, use the Brand of Fusion, get some Light and Darks in the graveyard, and his opponent does control monsters.
I think Mermail is actually traditionally an okay matchup for branded because they aren't able to run Bestials this format. So like it's one of those decks that you have a high likelihood of actually resolving your fusion effects.
Right, that Tri-Brigade Mercurier is huge.
Outside of the Dominus Impulse.
Gonna maybe give a little bit of insight for Safe to change his game plan here.
On res, we're going to
Oh, it seems like now's the time.
go. So it's going to copy the effect. Yeah.
We're going to try to use the effect of copy Brand of Fusion here.
I will say that is one of my favorite pieces of new technology in the branded strategy. It's been around a little bit while now, but I remember
Fusion
when-
duplication is the best card, the best, honestly, one of the best pieces of support that they've ever given branded. And the best part about it is it's going to be good in every fusion deck going forward, right? Or most of them. Like in Dragon Tales, this card is going to be great with 3 thrusts. I can't wait.
That card first was printed, Fusion Duplication. One of my close friends is a huge fan of branded. And I asked him, like, are you playing the new card from the set? He's like, I don't think there are any new cards. And said, I'm like, oh, are you sure? Have you read this one? You have Thrust in your deck. And his mind, he was just so excited.
Well, speaking of excited, unfortunately, Robert is going to get a small procedural or minor for the illegal activation of the Tri-Brigade Mercurier, but that's just a warning, but just to keep you guys in the know.
The procedural minor. Honestly, that was kind of silly to give him a procedural. I mean, like, fair enough, though.
For some fusion.
Go comment on the Greek player topic with Branded. We actually were talking and trying to dissect his list before. I thought it was awesome to see Branded topping. I'm very happy that someone was able to bring Branded to a premier event and do very well with it in this format. I hope it inspires more people to follow. I just don't like the fact that the deck list is being paywalled essentially, so we aren't going to be able to actually get the list.
Leon is going to be Chainlink 1, Guiding Quem is going to be Chainlink 2.
Yep, so this will bring back the Blazing Cartasia from the graveyard. So he's actually threatening multiple fusions.
It looked like a very standard list with some spice, like it ran Nadir in the main, maybe 50 to 56 cards, and then also ran like Xyz Encore in the side deck
Summons,
with Super Polys in the main with Proskenion, which I think is very strong into this format. Dresden, does the Dragentail fusion spell have a fusion in the name? Yes. I believe it does. I believe it does. I could be wrong.
Sometimes annoying, just in general, is it's really awesome to be able to kind of use Albion and then chain Cartasia if Cartasia is on the field, and then kind of be able to sort of double up the fusion summoning. It's just simply not how the turn played out. But are some of the kind of interesting interactions that this type of strategy can sometimes do.
So Albion, looks like goodbye Fallen of Albaz, and the other material is that Tri-Brigade McCurry. Okay, might as well give it up since we know it's there.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if the threat of it is worth more, but I guess
We'll go chain link.
we don't have full information.
Chain link to McCurry to search since it was banished.
Oh, that's fair. Getting additional resources there to maybe really push during this sort of opening of the game state and fuse and fuse and fuse. So this time,
How is it being paywalled? Well, if someone wants $60 for me to get their deck profile, that's how it's being paywalled.
Albion the Shrouded Dragon from the deck to the hand. And it could be using that as a fusion material right now. Maybe Light and Darkness Dragon Lord could be coming our way. I mean, the fusion materials are definitely out there.
Already used the Cartesia, so we'll
Do you see enough synergy with Dragon Tales to implement it into Branded? I got to rewind though. So basically, at this point, we are going to be going into we finally get into some fusion duplication plays here. So we do see the fusion duplication now trigger. Or not trigger, get activated, targeting the branded fusion.
Technology in the branded strategy.
Unless Saith has like a DD Crow, there's nothing to interact with this here. Obviously, I think Ghost Bell also works, but
I remember when that card first was printed.
you can't Ash Blossom this. I mean, he could have Impulse.
And
that's the annoying part. I remember I played against Jesse Cotton at YCS Niagara, and I was in game 3, and he had Impulse for my fusion duplication. That really hurt.
The new card from the Sun, he's like, well, I don't think there are any new cards. And I'm like, oh, you sure? Have you read this one? You have Thrust in your deck. And his mind, he was just so excited.
Well, speaking of excited, unfortunately, Robert is going to get a small procedural reminder for the illegal activation of the Tri-Brigade McCurry, but that's just a warning, but just to keep you guys in the know. All right, but we are going to bring out Albion here, so it might be time for some.
So we're going to bring out the Albion off the fusion duplication.
Albion is going to be chain link,
which is interesting. He's going through the more insulated line because he could have done the line I said where he just like sends the Ido straight up, but this way he gets Cartesia into Guignol. This just loses to like a droplet a little harder, but same with the other. To be honest, either way loses to droplet.
Bring back the blazing.
You can impulse duplication. Yeah, you can impulse any card effect that says you're going to special summon a card.
Cartesia from the graveyard. So he's actually threatening multiple fusion summons. What's sometimes annoying just in general is it's really awesome to be able to kind of use Albion and then chain Cartesia if Cartesia is on the field, and then kind of be able to sort of double up the fusion summoning. It's just simply not how the turn played out. But are some of the kind of interesting interactions that this.
So then we see the Cartesia on Chainlink 2 get summoned off from the Quem. Chainlink 1 Albion resolving is going to banish the Albaz plus something in hand, presumably. The Mercurier, interesting enough. I probably would have saved the Mercurier. There's no way the other card in hand is Mercurier. He could have also just made Sanctifier straight up and banish the Quem, but he really wants to go for the Mirror Jade line. If this is branded in red, then he's fine. If it's not, he's going a little overboard, but I think Robert knows what he's doing here.
I don't know if the threat of it is worth more, but I guess we don't have full information.
I just think that the discard or banishing the Mercurier could be a huge misplay in the case that Saith is like really holding back a hand trap, but like also he could consider it's Mermal. They probably aren't running Crow. They probably aren't running Ghost Spell.
Oh, that's fair. Getting additional resources there to maybe.
What's up, Neos Gaming? How you doing?
Really push during the sort of opening of the game stage.
Nate Buzz, I think we will not be able to see the deck list from Vasilis. I don't think so either, unless he decides to release it.
Fuse and fuse and fuse. So this time adding Albion the Shrouded Dragon from the deck to the hand. And it could be using that as a fusion material right now. Maybe Light and Darkness Dragon Lord could be coming our way. I mean, the fusion materials are definitely out there.
That is the thing. He could actually just chain the Cartesia, make Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, and then make a Mirror Jade. That's also not a bad play, to be honest.
Oh, okay, something different this time. Albaz and Cartesia making
Sanctifier. Without its best friends.
In a new chain now?
I mean, it's been a while, but yes, Gimmick Puppets will do anything for their fans. But what instead is he going to?
We do see the Sanctifier come out.
Back Fallen of Albaz. Try to fuse at one of his opponent's monsters. There's not a lot of intersection there with water monsters, that's for sure.
He does play Edo.
Not in an extra monster zone, I wish.
Oh, he doesn't quite yet have one of the best friends in the graveyard, but that soon could be happening here.
It would be tough for sure.
Because what we're going to see here is the Granganol hit the field. And then
we see Granganol.
Oh, wow. So finding another back end into this doorway, right? Being able to open up the deck. Send Edo, the Supreme Magical Being, to the graveyard. See if you're right here as it goes into the deck.
Oh, he went first this game.
Oh, yeah, there's the Edo.
What is even more fascinating
we do see the Ido come down, too.
Edo, the Supreme Magical Force, which is typically something that you would see if you wanted to go first, even though in the first game he won the Dar roll and elected to go second. So maybe his plan is to break the board and then EDO on essentially the third turn of the game, and then actually conduct the attacks necessary to win on the fourth
Like
turn.
a little check.
See Albion targeting the Cartesian Ido.
Dominus Impulse.
And then we see
just the right time.
See, he can Dominus Impulse also the Sanctifier, and then also, but then that's also just like gonna get met by a Solemn Judgment.
What an interesting interaction there. We have the impulse from hand with the
Also, that's the thing. I could. Okay, so I remembered that wrong. He Jesse caught and impulsed my Sanctifier because yeah, you can't impulse fusion duplication because it doesn't mention an effect that special summons. It just copies the effect, but you can obviously just impulse the
Solemn
Sanctifier.
Judgment to negate it, and now we have Edo.
And I do love the Solemn. This is why I do love the Solemns for branded, because it just like basically secures your end board.
Which is going to lock out Safe.
Safe just saying objection, Your Honor, and unfortunately Robert had a response, so the Solemn Judgment will cut that off and make Edo lock this water turn completely down because, well, you're not summoning any monsters anymore.
At least he had the courtesy of using a Quarter Century Secret to match the rest of his deck.
He planned it just for this. This is the high rarity, Edo.
So then we see the Ido hit the board. Right? The Mermail player should not be able to do anything besides go into battle phase, go attack over Cartesia.
From Abyss Spike.
And then he's able to just sack card. I mean, honestly, this is just kind of Branded's game at this point.
See, the problem is this loop here is going to just allow him to attack the Edo and then kind of continue on this process.
Certainly makes sense, and I know a lot of Branded fans, they exist out there, and they're probably cheering at the screen as hard as they can.
Right, you would think you could just shift the Edo to attack mode and attack into an attack position monster on the next turn when you're able to shift it, but then just special summon back again, so... This is a very difficult sort of lock to break out of, especially because Sanctifier has protection itself.
I do really love the Branded strategy because, and I'm sure I'm going to get some flack from the chat on this, it feels like medieval hero, right? It's a very fusion-centric strategy that is mostly engine in the deck and trying its best to squeak out a win no matter what. And that's exactly what Robert is doing here, using the fusion duplication, getting the Branded fusion. Look at all those fusions that he didn't even summon during his own turn.
I will say I loved some of the early.
And then we see Shrouded come down. This is going to be able to get the Retribution, and that will just get us back to Branded Fusion. That's just going to be game from right there.
The advantage that you would generate there.
Unless Saith has an Ash Blossom or another Impulse. Oh, he's going to go for the High Spirits, interestingly enough. He probably already has the Retribution in rotation then.
Almost Gladiator Beast Guy's Eris, that, you know, multiple destroy effects on your
and Saith is just going to scoop it up. So yeah, we're going to go into game 3 right here. I'm going to use the bathroom super quick. I'll let the announcers kind of play out. Leave me some questions down below in the chat. Any chance for Mirror Jade on QCR Stampede? Probably. I hope not as an owner of the Starlight. However, I think it'll be fine. They've done it with like all the other cards, right? So like, you know, it'll probably be there. I think it's more likely for QCR Sanctifier and then also QCR All Art Cartesia.
Robert only has one copy of. They can get that Serenar.
Do you think Crystron's better pure with Kashtira as Amina? I think I answered your question before, but I think it's probably with Kashtira as Amina. Pure version just hard loses to Dweller.
Dumps the Retribution that you can...
Anyone know if Dinka's list has been public yet? No, and it's probably going to be on the Raid and Trade channel, and they usually upload their list like a day after the event. So we'll see. It'll probably... I'll check if it's out.
Back, but no, hit in the graveyard with duplication with a Quem on field with sufficient...
Make sure to leave a like on the stream, guys. We got like 90 people in here, 42 likes on the stream. We also got like 10 people over on Twitch. I appreciate y'all.
They still establish Edo.
Thank you for the support today.
Magical Force.
Now both duelists kind of locked in here. They know that they're capable. That's what I love about Game 3. You know, it is best 2 out of 3, and sometimes it is just 2-0. But when both duelists not only know each other's decks, but get sort of a peek at what it looks like as a good day to be them, right? You know, when you can fuse all that stuff and push your opponent out with the Edo, the Supreme Magical Being, or in the same way, from Saith's perspective, just rain down those water monsters. And we're going to be in for a good one here, but I'm curious to see as Saith is too as he looks out to the crowd.
So in terms of kind of the strategy for Saith, this is great for him. He's playing 3 copies of Forbidden Droplet in his side deck, which if they were not in that previous game, are absolutely going to come in now. One of the, you know, you'd look at Edo and you'd look at, let's say, Gimmick Puppet, and you'd say, well, it's basically the same thing. There are a few exceptions. If you can get rid of the Edo from your field, it eliminates the restriction that is placing on you. Whereas with Gimmick Puppet, it creates this lingering effect. There's just nothing you can do. Forbidden Droplet, paying the cost, can send the Edo to the graveyard. In addition to that, it would just also allow you to negate an otherwise untargetable Sanctifier. So the fact that he has Droplet in his side deck, if perhaps was not in his deck in the previous game, it is absolutely entering into his deck here. You have to imagine after seeing the Blazing Cartesia in game 1 that you would assume that your opponent was playing this type of strategy because YuGiOh really is the most logical replacement for the Lost Gimmick Puppet. But if it wasn't in there in the second game, it is assuredly going to be in there, even going first here. Those droplets are going in because it just gives you that backup plan in case YuGiOh hits the board again, in which you might otherwise not really have a realistic out.
The Forbidden Droplet has certainly been a boon to a lot of different duelists, and it comes in and out of the format, but there's just been some very creative use cases here lately, and this is no exception, right? I think I'm going to end up starting to use that card again more. But duels are just kind of locked in, waiting here, just the calm before the storm, right? The rage of the abyss that is the Mermail
Miss Simeon.
Play.
Is it worth to build kashtira branded, or should I stick with Azamina?
Possible that if Safe chooses
Probably
to go
just
first
stick
and
with
just gets to play
Azamina, if
uninterrupted
anything.
again, we could see a Mulan Glacia rip the chances away.
Yeah, he is definitely going to choose to go first here because of that aspect of his strategy. I mean, he also has Dimensional Barrier in his side deck, which, since the moment Branded was printed, has been a great side deck choice.
Just call Fusion, and unless there's
So I mean, basically Robert needs to draw Mulcharmy here, or he loses. This look also tells me he did not.
something with the Dogmatica package, and
But we will see.
I think we're going to see potentially a Minstrel, which is another one of just a really powerful.
A Droll would help too.
These water-based strategies, allowing a peek at the opponent's
However,
hand.
he
I
can
don't
just
know if that's
open Minstrel, which is just like the broken part about opening it up.
It's going to be oh, it absolutely is. So he's main decking 1 copy of Deep Sea Minstrel and siding 2 additional copies. Makes sense that when you go first, you want to bump it up to 3, get a nice looky.
More, what do you think of the Gizmeguka stuff? It's good.
Hand.
Speaking of which, all gas, no bricks.
Yeah, it's all engine. There is that Call by the Grave.
I'm not sure if it's
a little bit
main
more
deckable
protective.
good, but
I
it's
can
pretty
imagine
good.
just because of the redundancy. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. That hand doesn't do anything that you can't deal with naturally, especially because you're going to potentially get 2 more rips with Mooning Glacia this turn. So by get rid of the Albion...
So basically,
against a
because the
fresh draw.
branded player just opened
Exact
up
strategies.
no interaction,
Cards are
I
that we hit.
mean, we can
That way
kind
he
of
can kind of
presume
plan
how
out the
this is
rest of
going to
his turn
go,
accordingly.
because Safe is going to rip 2, and then, you know, branded player will have to end up playing the game under 2 Toads. When the branded player had a Cartesia plus a Retribution already
do it,
ripped,
Brand of Fusion,
we
let's
do
go.
see the branded fusion come out that will be able to get toaded. But we do see the called by. He does have the toad for the called by, which is just crazy. And then he gets to reset both called by and branded fusion, getting around the retribution.
Kind of make sure those cards come back though. They are using the same color sleeves.
One of the parts about this deck that I really love is when you use Toad, because of the Bishrine in your graveyard, you can sometimes pick up Atlantean or Mermails that you can then use for points of interaction. You know, Heavy Infantry wasn't used in that previous turn, but it is in Sate's deck, so sometimes you can add it back to your hand here, so that you can use that Shrine effect during your opponent's turn. Get that extra draw, but you also discard a card to the graveyard, potentially drawing into hand interactions, but then also getting the actual interaction on the opponent's turn right then and there. Curious if he's just going to choose to do anything. Nope, doesn't look like it.
It is kind of funny that with all the great new water support, it got him here, but the stars have been cards that have been out for ages, right? Bahamut Shark and Totally Awesome showing how powerful they are, adding back the Abyss Sting Triania for later turns if we get that far, but now Robert's going to play.
Yeah, he has all the follow-up he would ever need.
Ooh, is this going to be the fusion deployment? Just
Do you guys want to watch another feature match, or do you guys want to do Master Duel branded after this?
to bring out Fallen of Albaz, or we're going to go
So we
for
see
somebody
fusion
else
deployment
instead?
resolve to get the
Looks like
Albaz.
Frank Wignall, so I believe we
Which
got
isn't actually a terrible situation for Robert. Oh, there's no Albaz here. Interesting.
On the previous turn, he was at least able to use the Neptibus for value here on the opponent's turn. And one of the cool interactions is you really
So I
only
might
need
want to go into a
Neptibus
Mirror
of
Jade
Stone
at that point.
to be able to essentially use it as much as you want, as long as Neptibus sits around. As we
Mirror
saw
Jade
here.
could actually force a lot here. I mean, he only has Called By and Branded Fusion there, and then 2 unknowns.
Say thinking for a moment there.
Second thread will target the all over that's engraved.
We're going to add it back to the hands. Haven't normal summoned yet.
King yeah, what do you think of Branded Synchro deck? I don't think Branded Synchro is that good right now.
Yeah. So he might not actually fusion.
I feel like normal summon
I think it's really good in Master Duel.
the Aluber, the Jester of Despia to try to add a branded spell or trap is just such a very strong way to get back in the duel here, or at least force your opponent to try to push back against you. He's definitely got safe thinking. So many cards in hand, by the way, and so many on the field. It shows you, again, resource management. Neptibus is a good king, a great leader.
So the Retribution can at least reset the Brandon in red also during the next turn. So it'll be interesting if he chooses to fusion it. He's not. So this is also useful here because obviously now the Blazing Cartesia kind of checks the infinite impermanence. I think Saith is considering here that shrine that I had mentioned in the graveyard to see if he can get an additional draw. He doesn't have heavy infantry, so he doesn't have an interaction.
We'll do Master Duel.
He might just be doing it to get a fresh draw to see if that produces an interaction. Yeah, this is the shrine that had been in his graveyard. Looks like he's going to discard.
What is that red doing in there?
hand.
Yeah, you activated red.
Add a branded spell or trap is just such a very strong way to get back in the duel here, or at least force your opponent to try to push back against you.
So he used red and then didn't have anything to
He's
fuse
definitely got
into, is what I'm
Safe
presuming.
So many cards in hand, by the way, and so many on the field. It shows you, again, resource management. Neptibus is a good king, a great leader.
So the Retribution can at least reset the Brandon in red also during the next turn.
Yeah,
So
that makes
it'll be
sense.
interesting if he chooses a fusion. He's not. So this is
He gets
also
back the
weird because
Alluber, so you
obviously
can
now
actually
Blazing
go
Contagion
Alluber
kind of
effect
checks
out
the
it.
infinite impermanence. I think Saith is considering here. So even if he was to use the Retribution on the Brandon,
Next time, Fred.
Back to
So then he'll go into Alluber from
Next turn.
there.
he does wounds. This is going to allow him to
After
draw.
going
That's
into
gonna
Shrine to draw a card, discard, and summoning out
Sidra on the field.
Sidra.
And this is going to
Oh.
allow
To then
him to
bounce the
Blazing Contagion back
Cartesia.
to his hand. So this is actually really phenomenal.
Target Cartesia.
And I kind of had forgotten that Poseidon had been in the graveyard. So this is going to force him that if he wants to use Blazing Cartesia,
Target Cartesia.
It's going to have to be
yeah,
now.
he's going to have to do it right now, which he has the infinite impermanence for.
Oh, he does have
Then
Imperm for
the
that. That's
Alibur will hit the
crazy.
field and resolve, but I'm not sure if he'd be able to do anything with Branded Fusion.
Oh, he's just
we
like
are.
that through.
Just let it go. No infinite
I mean,
permanence
yeah,
against
and then he
Blazing
can just
Recall.
Imperm this.
Here's the issue, though. Look at those hands clasped together on
Level
Robert's
6 or higher
side. He
lighter
seems
card
to have
from
nothing
main
else, so that infinite impermanence really could shut this whole thing down.
That's assuming it was in fact infinite impermanence that we saw. I believe that's what he has.
Maybe
set,
that
but
wasn't
no.
Imperm at that point.
We'll soon out.
I mean, with 4 cards face down,
Yeah.
maybe they're somewhere, right?
Well, 2 of them are Called by the Grave and Branded Fusion.
Oh, man. So powerful.
What's actually fascinating is how much Branded Fusion, or sorry, rather, Called by the Grave would actually check the Branded and red on the following turn.
But we're not there yet. So we're going to take a look. I think Grand Guignol is going to get to resolve.
So even if he was to use the Retribution on the Branded red, it
Yeah,
actually
this will
wouldn't
get
go through.
Imperm.
It's infinite impermanence. I really can't imagine there being much more. He can do the play that I described earlier, but again, that Call by the Grave is actually going to check him.
It's not on field. It's been negated first. Yeah, negates first.
That's difficult.
Let's see here. Do I have anything? I guess we'll go.
So using a Luber because the
Oh, I
fusion
guess a
monster's
Luber
gone,
does
so
trigger
of course
here.
That does mean you can special summon and get
Imagine if
some
Verte
data.
was legal, because then if he had one other body, he could like Verte link up.
Target the. You can't target. I can't target. Oh, then I'll target the.
Talking about a leader of his people, Mermail King Neptibus, standing in front of all those monsters. You can't target them, so you're going to have to target him.
Move target. Himself back. Nice. Yeah. 16, right? Yeah.
Just verifying that there's no hidden attack boost
Just
anywhere.
attack into
I mean,
it.
with a lot of effects in Mermail Atlantean, I could see why you just want to make sure, but it looks like the damage is going to be good. But just by itself, it's so many cards taken from you by your opponent. The Called by the Grave, I think, is the linchpin and how Safe is very well teed up to close out this duel. It just takes a
I was gonna say the called by definitely helps, but I mean it's not like the branded player is able to do much
11
past the
minutes left on
Imperm.
clock. I don't think this is going to run into
So-
time, so it's all about the life points that Robert still has.
Now, I think it's so funny, the Call
Do you think that branded will be viable for the next few formats? Yeah, I mean I think branded's viable. I think it's still like one of the best rogue decks. I think you just have to be a wild player with it, and then also be sure to have a plan for Malice game 1. Same with like Mermail. If you don't, you're gonna
just check
lose.
so many things that Robert could try and do here to potentially find a way out of this situation.
Well, it's funny, a card usually, you know, at 1 and unsearchable, but Safe found a way. I'll just take that for myself.
We will banish. Ready graveyard to add back to him. Sure.
So now he resets it, but now again, like I mentioned, whatever he targets, it's gonna be counteracted by the Call by the Grave that's set.
And I think Safe, excuse me, just making sure, okay, yeah, that targets, I got a card for that, it's your card.
If you need assistance with these procedures, please raise your hand and call for a judge. If you have a time extension,
We see the Retribution reset the
Cartesia
branded
has
and
back
red,
to
and then
him.
he sets the, and then he sets it. I mean, the called by is what really just.
So hit the
I
main
mean, at
phase
least
here.
if
Safe's
there wasn't a
gonna have to
called
push
by,
forward.
like
It's an
the
opportunity for
red
him to
could
do it
at
now
least
with
give him
three
to like
phases.
to Aquaritus. I mean, that would get bounced by like presumably a second Poseidra, but because he doesn't run a second Poseidra, that actually might prove to be an issue, especially if he's already through 2 toads. So
got the Sting, which is another revive. He's got multiple Atlantean and Mermail effects that he can activate. And he's got Tias, he's got Dragoons.
I'll move that.
Alright, so we're going to banish Brand of Retribution.
So we'll start with a normal summon of Adeptibus, the Atlantean Prince.
Such a great card. I mean, so many historical cards. Being able to send for cost.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. The interactions with Dragoons, which allows him to get Trine, that if he could potentially put into the graveyard, he might have another point of interaction if there is an opponent's turn.
Now, granted, of course, it sends for cost because that's the whole concept of this deck.
Yeah, of course.
It's very, very powerful that you can't really stop.
Yeah, it reminds me of Haggard Lizardois just in how it lines up in certain formats. So we see the Minstrel effect, even though that Blazing Cortesia is going to return back to the hand during the end phase, this is just another way of getting a Dragoon activation.
We'll talk more about Brandon's viability through the stream, though.
So what's interesting here is he's kind of exhausted all of the Mermail-based, at least most of the Mermail-based seed monsters and extra deck monsters. Looks like he does have YuGiOh, which I was actually curious to see whether or not Mermail Atlantean players would be cutting that this weekend, just by virtue of the new Abyssrite, the Atlantean Spirit, and kind of what that does for the strategy. Okay, so he's
still going to battle.
24 and 46, 8, you got 38.
Interesting.
Oh, that's
there
battle,
that he-
okay.
Rather that Robert didn't choose to try to activate the Brand of Red, of course knowing that his own Called by the Grave is set to save field, but by clearing out the Aluber, even if another card is drawn next turn, the only thing you're going to have is Blazing Cortesia, so it really makes that Brand of Red just sit there. Right, but 2 monsters go to the graveyard. Oh, wow, is that who I think it is?
Of course, it's the big fish.
It's
Sometimes it's called.
Coelacanth. Oh my goodness, what a powerful card that I feel like didn't get its time in the sun when it was first released, but it's great to see.
What is the plan against Mermail? See Molcharmies.
Bringing out the fish right now.
And you don't give them die roll going first.
Banish is here for cost.
My best play here.
Or you don't give them going first when you win die roll kind of thing.
You haven't done
Like,
Coelacanth
blind going second game 1 does not work this format because of Malice and Mermail, which you never want to go second against in any situation.
yet. For those who aren't in the know, discarding to summon as many fish as you want. It's pretty fun.
So, like, I think it means, like, main decking Molcharmies.
We'll attempt to trigger the Quinn monster. Yeah, after.
And then what will Quinn do?
Quinn dumps a card that mentions Fallen of Valdez from the deck.
I wonder if there's a way just to preemptively call by the grave, ring and all, and then do things in main phase 1 that would have put 8,000 on the board. You know, I was trying to mention prior to him entering the battle phase, which kind of took me a bit by surprise. You know, we have got a few differing Abyss and just water monsters in general, from Keeper to
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty
Dragite,
good
White Aura,
for the Mermail
Corvus,
player,
kind
all
of a
things
myriad of these
considered.
just additional water-based extra deck monsters that sometimes you use to actually deal 8,000 damage after your main Mermail Atlantean.
I mean, he's just
cards
looking
kind
for
of generate
damage
card
at
advantage
this
early on,
point, but also if he could go into another rank.
one of the things that is just worth pointing out, I guess, is that he's exhausted his Totally Awesome package. So whatever he does from this point
He's going
forward
into
is gonna
Dweller
be
right
with some
here.
of the additional extra monsters. Though Abyss Dweller is probably going to be sufficient enough just because of its historical nature lining up against branded and Despian-based cards.
Well, it does have a water material too, so it is boosting up monsters. So pushing for game is getting easier and easier. But we are main phase 2 right now. Had to just do a little battle and go build a board for next turn. But I would say that feels pretty good to have Abyss Dweller there, and it's
Underneath the net, yeah, that cannot be targeted.
always had a really good synergy with this deck because remember, you are detaching material as cost, so you are activating those additional water monster effects. So it's almost like, and I'm sure water players aren't going to like to hear this, but it reminds me of Labyrinth a lot. It's that don't let your player or your opponent keep playing because as they
Yeah, I mean, now we're going to see the Abyss Keeper. Branded player is able to draw for turn. Dweller activates, which cuts off a lot of his follow-up he potentially could even have
He has
if
just
he
run out
had
of
the
Dragoon's
cards.
targets. That is an impressive. You almost put
Bless
that
me.
as a challenge when you play this deck is, can I actually search every single copy of...
And he did.
If he's able to go into Branded Fusion from here, that's pretty good.
Getting out of Triania again, that's going to really
But
be
the Mermail
powerful.
player is just on so many more cards, and we see Fuwalos in the hand, so now he goes for the Brandon red. This man is just like reusing and reusing this Aluber and Brandon and red to constantly search.
He's under Dweller already. I don't really know. You know, I'm trying to think if you don't do this, what's
the worst that could happen?
The thing is, like, call by is going to stop things that Dweller stops. Do you know what I mean? Dweller's
That's
already
right.
active, so what else could hit the graveyard that's not an effect that's similar to this?
Well, it could be that he just wants to make sure those monsters effects, like something like another Aluber the Jester of Despia, or maybe get rid of Fallen of Albaz in advance. But it looks like he went for the Jester this time.
There we go.
18 to 18, okay. Oh, and
And
there's
that's
the
game.
handshake. The Dapper Duelist goes
So
out
that
this
was
time.
that was a good game. I think it just shows like Branded has a lot of potential. It's just like it was one of those matchups that did not line up very well. Also shout out to Dom right there. I feel like I'm probably somewhere. No, I think I was in the back of the room actually at that point. But yeah, no, that was a fun duel to go over. Shout out to Dapper Duelist, Dapper Despia for trying to take the game or the deck really far. Just wanted to get the double up YCS feature match. Let's get on to some Master Duel now. We're going to be swapping over to Master Duel. I appreciate everybody who came through for the YCS branded feature matches. Hopefully we decoded Basili's deck list a bit, so you guys have some ideas to take home with you and build your new branded deck. With some ideas from a YCS topping branded list from today. And yeah, we are gonna go where, okay, MetaGamesGX. Miss Simeon, I like your videos. Well, thank you, Miss Simeon. I appreciate it. Which videos do you like in particular? All right. We got 200 gems today. Okay, that's pretty good. So I'll show you guys the branded list we will be taking into Master Duel with us. This is the 50 card list that we had like an above 80% win rate with the other night. So we're going to be sticking with this until it really decides to foul us. I think it's doing pretty good, all things considered. South Sun branded can be pretty resilient, and assuming you're able to get started. Yeah, I mean, you can claw back a whole board state just through a Mirror Jade. That's like why when we were watching the Vasily feature match, like the fact that his Ryzeal opponent even let the Rinbrum stay around for that long, which would just give him access to a Mirror Jade, was crazy to me. That just like shows that a lot of people just don't know how to play against branded still, and which makes it a decent, like, you know, rogue matchup just based on the fact that people just don't have it, like, they don't know how to play against it optimally. Krabs TV, down goes the lever when I see the beaver. What does that mean? How's it going, Krabs TV? Double called by Fusion Deployment, Droplet, Albaz. I have Lenatus in my extra deck. I'm hoping that this is a dragon deck at that point. It's White Forest. It's not really the best hand to go against White Forest going second. You're running a minimum bestial package? Yeah. I would like to run 3 Saronir, but I don't really have the room in this build. See the Roselia. It's the best way to play branded in Master Duel. 50 to 60 cards. I think 50 cards is pretty good though right now. Because you kind of just have to open, you know, like Mulcharmy or Maxi. Oh, we see the Azamina stuff come out. Let me see Duel. Deception. I mean, at least the called by takes care of the Omni negate. I just assume he'll go into the Moo here. And then what get wanted. Got the Moo going to search. Wish that was a bestial, but got Baron. Call by kills the Azamine Omni negate. Yeah, it does. Oh, and nice. And then they have Fiendsmith combo. That's the issue, though. I just assumed it was going to be a lot more. Well, here we go. Yeah, I mean, we're probably not winning with this hand, but if we get, like, one banger of a card for our last draw, it's actually pretty good. You have to draw fucking Fuwalos. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get why Baron's legal, to be honest, in this game. Just makes these boards so ignorant. Also, the fact this would just be something else, though. What about a tier list of all branded dungeons? It's not bad. That's a good idea for a video. Oh, he gets Appaloosa now. He wasn't even going to make the... Oh, he's just going for Desiree. Never mind. So he banished the tract. I feel like Appaloosa is just better there. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom as he's doing this. It's taking way too long with this turn. Is it my turn yet? Hell yeah. And my draw is not that playable. Just depends how he plays this hand out. I mean, like, he has the trap. The issue is the trap. If he didn't have the fucking trap, I'd be fine. I didn't even realize he has 2 fucking traps, too. Fun gameplay. I need to run, like, another Mulcharmy, I think. So we can run that, and then maybe just run, like, 2 Albaus, maybe. Barone and 2 to 4 at Appaloosa has been so ignorant this format. I'm so done with them, says South Sun. I get it. Also, losing all my die rolls is very pog. At least this isn't my demote, but a one-off demote. Let's go. No going second cards. Running 6 Mulcharmies, like 3 Thrust. Triple Tactics Talents. Bestials. Normal Summon Lurie. I just, like, wish Snake Eye was gone, too. Like, this would make this format a lot more tolerable, but, like, the fact that, like, all these guys can go through their, like, Fiendsmith combo and then just go normal summon Snake Eye Ash or go, like, OSS is crazy. Be sure to leave a like on the video if you haven't already, guys. If you want to help support the channel, click the join button today on the YouTube channel to become a YouTube channel member. Get wonderful benefits. That's what I'm talking about. Like, they just opened the OSS anyway. I'll let him do his combo. Nah, this is a scoop. They have full combo. That's what I thought too. I was like, maybe my top deck would be good because if I top deck Droplet, I'm like, eh. But like considering that hand was like not it. Like that's what I'm talking about with Master Duel too. It's like it's like quite literally impossible to deck build for Master Duel sometimes. Because now I'm gonna overload my decks my deck with Mulcharmies, and I'm gonna like have a terrible going first. You're going against my favorite deck ever. Is Snake Eye your favorite deck ever? Nice 5 die rolls in a row I lost. I played 2 offline, so I'm counting those too. See if I draw Mulcharmy this time. Oh, YuGiOh! What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Like, actually, and now I just go against, Diabell's Turbo to get FTK'd. Fuck is this? Actually, and now, Diabell's Turbo to get. I just hate what they made Chimera. This deck is like just Floodgate Turbo now. It used to actually be a semi-interesting deck, and then nah, they had to ruin it by giving it a Floodgate. Why did that upload right now? Oh, I forgot they get Fiendsmith combo too from all of this now. I just love drawing 3 of my 1 of bricks. And then 2 duplicates in duplicate or deployment in Cartesia. Like, these were just some very unlucky hands. Now I get Diabells to death. I love it. Can do his FTK, man. Oh, of course he had Nightmare. Well, I guess we have to grind back to Master again. Oh, I forgot we were Diamond 1, so I guess we aren't... Thought we were demoting for Master. We're going back to Diamond 1. Oh, did this guy just end on nothing? What the fuck? Man didn't have a tract. Just Diabell's pop it, you know you want to. Okay. Let's see what this does. If there's no imperm, we're actually big chilling. He has super poly. Well, now I'm glad I didn't summon Cartesio. The super poly was kind of random. Because what's he gonna make? Does he have an Elbaz fusion? I guess he could have made a Stapelia, but he doesn't run Stapelia apparently. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is crazy. Sometimes you just gotta let your opponents misplay. Not enough extra deck in the Fiendsmith extra deck? Maybe, I guess. I'm misplaying a little bit. I probably should have just went Mirror Jade. Actually, no. Actually, it's fine. It's like actually entirely fine. I can still do everything I need to. Do I want to banish the Sinister Necrom? It's probably just still bash the Garura. That was always the plan. I just don't want that floating. And then I go normal summon a Luber. And then I chain Retribution. And this is how we do everything that we've ever wanted. So then we get Branded Opening. And then we chain Branded Opening. Discarding the High Spirits, and then we can get out the Quem. Yo, Solomon YuGiOh, thank you for the 3 months. How you doing, goat? Thank you for the 3 months. Preparing my Gladiator Beast deck for my locals. Super excited. Bro, let me know how you do. I've been actually looking for a Gladiator Beast deck to feature on my channel. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If you do well, let me know. Nice to see you, Solomon. And now we can special summon out the Cartesia. And do everything. Right. Is there anything else to do here? Is there like a point in fusing off here? I don't think so. Oh no, yeah, there is, because I can just revive the Cartesia. I guess I'm playing into Nib. Oh, I should have. Oh shit, I should have fused off the the Mirror Jade. My bad. I could have like reused the Mirror Jade, bash the Necrom. I'm also playing into Nibiru a little bit, but like I think we've kind of checked for Nibiru at this point. Yeah, I was gonna loop the Mirror Jade. I kind of just got ahead of myself. Especially since here I could have just sent the Lubellion for the Albion, but it's like fine. Especially considering the fact we have like full lock plus we don't have Lad, but then we have like, you know, looping Mirror Jade / Guardian Chimera, which is like totally fine. Then we can go Shrouded, send the actual Albaz now. Where are you running in your Glad Beast deck, Solomon? Are you running the Primite or are you running the Tri-Brigade engine? You get the Brand High Spirits back, and then we can go out for the Titaniclad, get the Albaz to hand, which will be really nice for the Cartesia to actually make some moves. He's thinking on this. Also, if we had Masquerade, we could just literally make Masquerade and he loses. That's like, that would be my 16th card, guys. I'm not sure what, I like maybe cutting the Alba Lenatus, but I do just like love what Lenatus does with an Albaz. It makes it a board breaker. I will try with the Primite engine this time. Yeah, I think with the Primite engine, it's looking really good, Solomon. He has Ash. Oh, okay. That's what you kind of deduced. He does have the Ash. Which is, like, fine. Like, truly, that is fine. Like, he has Necrom. But I do have, like, a live Renbrum. I'm just thinking if anything else he can activate. No. So I can loop the Mirror Jade. I can loop the Mirror Jade again, by the way. That will likely be the play. If I had... Now, if I had a second Mirror Jade or something like that, that'd be great. Right. Now I can go Grand Guignol to summon out, I guess, Quertus? I also do think I can just, like, fuse off right now for... And then... Yeah, the Albaz in hand. And this way I can make a Borreload Furious plus loop the Mirror Jade. So I can go Lubellion. Oh, I'm not actually... I can't make a Borreload Furious. My bad. I don't have enough room. Well, let's see what we can actually make. See, this is also why I like Stapelia, honestly. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have Lock here. Huh. I guess I could have played around that a little bit better. That's fine. Because I could just, like, literally lock him. But I would have to do it in a really awkward way. Like, I have to go Mirror Jade, banish one of my own cards, essentially. Is that what I want to do here? It's kind of funny if I do, honestly. Because, like, okay. What is his back row? Does this do anything? Nothing. Discard this card. I mean, I guess we just do that. Because banishing one of my own cards just sounds so neg at that point. Okay, cool. End of main phase. Yep. And then get the branded fusion, which we have not even resolved yet. I'd probably add back either Furious or Chaos for my 16th. Understandable. Also, this was a nice game to turn around. I'm not going to lie, after losing that die roll for my demotion game and not getting demoted. Hell yeah. Thank you, Konami. So shout out to Solomon Yuja getting us to 3 members out of our 30-member goal for the month. If we hit 30 members, we will be giving away... I did end up promising that we would end up giving away, I believe it was a QCR... Trying to think if it was Ultimate Brand. I'm gonna have to double check, but we do have a nice giveaway for 30 members. Nice expensive card, as per usual. So we didn't lose on that one, at least. So yeah, I mean, Masquerade would be nice, but I don't think it's like needed. I'm doing well, Solomon. How are you? I was happy to see that, you know, Branded topped the YCS. Wish Bills were in the playoffs right now, but they are not, so I'm currently streaming. Sorry, I wish that the Bills were in the Super Bowl right now. Not the playoffs. They were in the playoffs. Alright, we'll start the game in a second. Let's get this done. We are getting diamond, or sorry, we are getting master. What's up, Donuts in the chat? How you doing? Damn, it feels good to not demote. Still losing die rolls, but that's okay. We'll draw the Mulcharmies one of these days, right? I mean, oh, it's Makanko? What the heck? Going first Makanko at that. Why no Azumina? Is it because Wanted is at 1, basically? Like, we'll try it out, but... the more I think about it, I think Brand Azumina is really bad on Master Duel. Pen's pretty good. I love double gold Sark, man. Or we can bash the Mercurier, obviously. And then go into Mercurier. Now, what do we want here? It's probably just Kit or Cartesia. Cartesia. We'll get Kit off the High Spirit. And now I'm just gonna... send the Retribution, see why I get off the Shrouded. Bestial Saronir, that's not terrible. Now we can go High Spirit. Trying to play as quick as possible. Send the Albaz to the graveyard so that Branded and Red is live. Get the Titanclad in the graveyard. And then get the Kit. And now we can start playing around things like Imperm with the Cartesia. So I can't target Makanko cards with card effects, so that's fine. I don't really care about targeting them, if we're being honest. You can go into a Luber. A Luber is going to get us the Branded Fusion, of course. But here we can also go into the Springen's Kit. This is going to allow us to basically make it so our opponent can't interact with us when we're fusion summoning. We can get the Branded Lost. And then I think I'm going to throw back the Saronir because it seems like the most useless out of my cards. I kind of want the rest of my cards, I'm not going to lie. And then we can go Branded Opening. So, can these not be destroyed by card effects? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to banish that. Wait, so what? Target one face-up monster, equip it with one face-up card. Okay. Is he gonna, like, equip Angelic Ring? Okay. That's fine. I'll just go Forbidden Droplet, send send the Kit, right? Oh, I guess I should have set only one because of Angelic Ring. My bad. I kind of inted on that. I actually inted a little bit on that, but that's alright. If he had Ash Blossom, I'd actually be kind of cooked. Alright. We can get out to the Albion here. We'll just get the Lubellion to sub the lad. Even though I think I'm locking him at this point. And here we could just get, I guess, the Albion, so we could... Yeah, it's probably Albion here. I did not mean to bash both Fallen of Albazes. What the fuck? Okay. Super free, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Then on summon, I'm just going to go Mirror Jade effect, sending for cost, I guess, the Rinbrum. And then we can banish this guy. That goes to the graveyard. I mean, he gets follow-up, but it's, like, fine for the most part. I'm not gonna lie, he's doing a decent job of insulating himself. I'm just thinking what the best course of action here is. I think it's just Cartesia. Also, I believe I did negate this, so... that should be negated by all means. I'm just thinking if it's, like, more correct to go Boral here. I think it's, like, actually... No, it's not more correct. It's definitely not more correct. Or is it? Boral's kind of nasty there, but... I don't know. Grand Guignol also gets me what I need. Oh, my bad. I should have kept the Albion. Whatever. It's negated. Or not. Excuse me. Like, what? I love this game. This game actually makes no sense sometimes. What the fuck? Alright. I went Droplet Negate. Apparently that did not work, unless this is a new one somehow. That's why I was trying to check before, but there's no new Ohimes that came out. Is it just unaffected? Was it unaffected, maybe? Is it just Cartesia? No. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, let him go normal summon here. Why is my freaking camera lagging? I'll fix that after this. Him targeting the Grand Guignol is super funny too, I'm not gonna lie. Angelica Ring, you negate your droplet. Yep. Got it. Oh, I should have revived the Albion. That's fine. I wish I had a Light Dragon to summon to my opponent's board. He might just have a tribute for this is the issue. Oh, I forgot he's on frickin' Voiceless Voice. Mikanko. Then he just searches a Saphira, right? Yep. I'm on 12 seconds. He's on, like, the most janky build of all time. I love it. Oh, no, he literally fucked up. He had to tribute over that. Unless he has a second Saphira. Yeah, no, my webcam was super laggy. Yeah, he had to tribute over with that Saphira first. Oh, okay. Interesting. I just hate the time limit now. Because I have, like, no time to play at that point. That's fine. I can just, like, branded banishment whatever he brings out, right? Yeah. Then it's like, how is he normal summoning that? I guess he gets to also do that. But then it's like, okay, I'm banish. Oh, and then that gets to special summon. God, that's so annoying. Oh, okay. I did not realize that's what it does. Okay, so I'm just going to lose to time here. Yeah, I had to, like, really, I could not think out my plays how I wanted to. I think there was, like, a lot more optimal line there. I don't know, maybe not. Super lame, he just had, like... Okay, whatever, get me out of the shit. Fucking Mikanko voiceless voice. The time limit is just one of the biggest obstacles to me actually liking Master Duel. I love Master Duel, but man, that time limit. And like, I just have lost every die roll, have not seen anything. I saw a Maxx, which just like got me absolutely nothing because I'm going against fucking Mikanko voiceless voice. Are Are you gonna get the new branded alternative arts in QCR? Probably. I mean, I like my OG Albazes, so I'll probably keep those. I don't like the new Albaz art, honestly. I think it's okay, but like, I don't like it more than the OG. I like the Cartesia art, but I don't like it more than the OG, you know, so I'll probably still just be using my OGs. I like the Aluber alt art way more, so I will be using that. His hand was stupid. I also fucked up sending droplet for 2 on the Angelic Ring. I should have went branded in red. I should have baited the Angelic Ring with branded in red. That was my issue there. But also, like, I couldn't have killed him last turn, so I don't know. We'll take care of my friend leaving the video. Bye, Solomon. I appreciate you, bro. Have a good one. RJ King Pants, if Branded becomes best deck, would DDD be a good deck? One of Branded's main locks now would not be viable. Not really, because like Ido's better in the TCG. Maybe in Master Duel, but not really. Wow, I'm so lucky. Finally won a die roll. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Do you just play Branded or other stuff too? I play Ryzeal. I play other decks too, but mainly those. Why did I know he had fucking Droll? That's why I did this line as I did. So I could actually play around Droll. It's like nice Droll and Lockbird, buddy. Now we get the branded fusion. And now I get to normal summon Cartesia. Now I get to go branded fusion. I guess this line wasn't actually that great now that I think about it. This line was not actually that clean. I mean, at least I get, like, Puppet plus Lad plus, like, you know, Mirror Jade or Boral. I mean, I'll just, like, Lad him first and go from there. Are you running any of the Fiendsmith stacks in MD, says Augusto? Not right now. I wouldn't mind playing Fiendsmith Lightsworn. That's another deck I really like. Branded Azamina could be fun. The Fusion Synchro Festival, for sure. Well, I mean, this guy... I guess, like, my Lad does negate, and then he can go Battle Foes. I was about to say, can he even do anything from here? Play Fiendsmith Bestials. It feels so disgusting in this meta. If I get any more Fiendsmith cards, for sure. Because I have the Bestials. I love only seeing the Fuwalos when I actually go first. Into a Maxi as well. Honestly, I have a pretty good like line for Molcharmy as long as I don't get Ash. He also has Droll in hand, apparently. Is he gonna let my Branded Fusion resolve? He does. He's gonna regret that. So I'm only giving him one draw. And I'll get the Mercurier too, which is an additional interruption. I guess I am giving him 2 draws because I have to give him the Cartesia. Double Fuwalos is just funny. Yeah, I mean, I can just play the game now, right? Oh, he has a 3rd Maxi. Oh my god. I'm just Mercuriering that. I really don't need to see a Maxi come out here. I'll send the Tragedy, because Tragedy is really good in my graveyard for follow-up. On my turn, I can, like, reset the Branded Fusion that way. And then also just get more card advantage. I think it's, like, way better than just using a Lubra there. As a fusion material. I'll get Shrouded for even better follow-up. And then I can send the Vice King. And then chain the Sanctifier. Maybe I should have waited. Give him the DD Vice King Requiem. And I'll give myself the Cartesia. What about the Branded Despia deck profile? What about it? What Branded Despia deck profile? The guy who topped? He is not releasing his deck list. Oh, I forgot this just... What? Yeah, wait. Why did I... Oh my god, why am I... I'm like literally inting right now. I haven't played against Azamine or... Yeah, no, I was like literally thinking about how Deception contribute, and then I just like played into it, so... Yeah, I should have waited. Yeah, I just like entered so hard. Let's see where he goes from here. Yeah, no, he just like wins from that. My bad. That's why I need to be focusing on the game and not chat. I fucking... that's annoying. We'll draw the 1-card starter, right? Off of Shrouded. Well, at least our thrust is live now. Okay. You're fucking kidding me, right? Normal summon Pydra. Not yet. Of course we're gonna get stun Pie too also when we win the die roll. Like, that's just classic. He has Ash Blossom. Never mind, he just has Chummy. I'll get back to Branded Fusion. Maybe the Shrouded wasn't that good here. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot. I'm under frickin' Fuwalos, dude. I'm trying to give him a billion draws. I mean, I still just, like, have a lot here, though. Like, this is just locking itself. If he even can play the game. Feels good to attend my first YCS after years of being a local regional hermit. Did you go to YCS Birmingham? Alright, I was one turn off the normal summon Pydra, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little big brain to send the branded fusion too, so that Thrust was live, just in case he played into it with something, or I like top decked fusion duplication. We got Maxi that is unchallenged. I'm sure he's not going to be on Flu, right? No, he's on White Forest. Good, good, good. Draw me my whole deck, please. Unless he's going to choose to give me nothing. What did you end up playing, Maverick? South Sun, I really don't like turn 1 Thrust. What do you mean? Like you don't like the play I made? Lewis David, if you don't play any lock in the branded Despia deck, would you drop the Sanctifier Dragon from the extra deck? Probably. But it's also not bad against like evenly. It's not good for the, or it's not bad for the grind game to like loop monsters. Why does every deck just have a normal spell card, normal trap now? That's just like great into Fua. I'm gonna like force out the Rusia. So that he doesn't have that to like dodge it. Yeah, we can just bash the Mercurier here. Then we can go Mercurier effect. What's up, Romian? Nice to see you, brother. So, I mean, we have the high spirits. We have the high ground. I mean, we definitely just get Cartesia here. Because we're going to go high spirits on Albaz. Although normal summon Albaz sounds kind of ballin' right now. I love when I can turn off my brain as a branded player and just go, Herder, normal summon Fallen of Albaz, break your board. That's like my favorite, honestly, line of play with branded when it comes down to that. But I usually have to soften up the opponent. It has to be a grind game at that point, right? Searching Albaz, getting the Cartesia, and then we can send the Titanic Lad to get the Quem in the end phase. Get the Shroud in. It's either that or the kit, right? Send the Retribution. I'll read chats right after this, guys, by the way. Also, this Droplet's gonna go kind of hard if he attempts to do anything. Bruh. I mean, to be fair, I maxied him, but, like... Still not fair. We're both gonna have to give each other a few draws here. Could I just like force a battle phase here? No, I could force the trap. So I go battle phase, try to crash. He's gonna have to use one of his traps. I chain droplet. He gets rid of Cartesia as the issue. But he's probably gonna do that anyway. Or I could go branded fusion and then Albion into Lost, and then he could chain the trap there. I think I go less neg if I just go branded fusion here. Because I'm gonna like I'll surprise him with the droplet at that point. I'm gonna have to give him a fair bit of draws though. At least it's like not too bad. I think the issue is when he starts drawing into hand traps. So he has these two non-engine. I could just skip the process here and do what my dude did before. Banish the Titanclad. We're doing some $60 deck profile plays here, guys. I get something out of this, though, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, because then I get lost. And then I also get something else here if I want. Yeah, I could just go, like, battle phase and then force everything. Is it, like, cards he can... Okay. I'm going Mirror Jade here. I'm sending Albion just in case. I do not give a fuck. Because he could bounce the shit out of those. I'm like making him do his cards now, or use his cards now. I think he was like expecting me to go battle phase, so he could just like make me play his game. Maverick, sadly I wasn't in Top Cut, either main or side events. That's fair enough. It was your first YCS in years. You know, just came there to some level have fun, right? Okay, what is going on? Target cards on the field up. Okay, whatever. That's just kind of funny, honestly. It's like, okay. I'm just gonna banish my own, Aluber at that point, right? And then whatever he summons out, I'm just going to kill. Does he not have a woes there? Or is this just game? Okay, that's just game. I thought that was a woes. That's why I was playing around. 2 more wins for Master 5. Alright, show me, or let me know if I should make some changes to the list. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I don't know why I'm using the bathroom so much today. I apparently drank a ton of water in the last, like, 2 days. I'm just, like, water retention as hell. Alright, be right back. Leave me some questions down in the chat. I'll reply to them when I get back. Leave a like on this stream. Also, click join button if you want to help support the channel. More great content. We do stream every week, so make sure you're subscribed for more. We are on the road to 10,000 subscribers. We are almost 500 subscribers away, so make sure you're subscribed for more. Click the bell. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. Use my TCG player affiliate link. All the links down below in the description. I do think I probably need to run 9 Mulch armies, funny enough. Or sorry, 6. I'm gonna buy my 3rd. Let's just see how it goes. I do think I probably need to run 9 Mulch armies, funny enough. Yeah, we'll just take out a thrust just to see. I'd run 3 Sarnier over the Purrely. I don't know. Maybe. Spans on pro tag energy, winning die roll on rank up. I don't have that luck. I'm sure I'll draw one of my Mulch armies, right? Hell yeah, I will. This hand's incredible. As long as I get like a couple draws. Does he have an answer for my Purrely? Nope. It seemed like he had something. He's gonna go Bonfire. That will give me a guaranteed draw at the very least. Into Snake Eye Ash. Okay, well, it's Snake Eye, so they don't really have to give me too many draws. So, like, drawing into a Fuwalos would be ideal. Oh, no, Poplar. I forgot Poplar. Yeah, Poplar is great here. For me. Shout my man Poplar, man. Alright, Romian. How you doing, brother? Maverick kept getting bodied by Malice. You were probably the lucky one to manage to top a 2-deck format. What do you mean? I think they gave every deck a normal Trapper 3 because they want trap cards to exist in people's deck. Yeah, I agree. I think that's like basically the point. Because for a while there, traps were kind of bad. It felt like from like 2017 to like 2020. Besides like Red Reboot. Like, I think Soliak was, like, the first good trap brick in a while that we had. And then they kept just, like, giving more utility to these brick traps. They didn't ever make them as good as Soliak, because Soliak being able to just search is just crazy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Purrely is fine to me because I play around Talons and then I get +2, or I go +1, and going +1 is, like, worth it. As long as you're going +1, I think on Mulch armies, it's always worth it. Obviously, into Thrust, it's not as good, but... If I could get, like, one more draw off of it because he goes Diabell Star to end on Azamina line, that'd be great. No, I meant Thrust is usually dead turn 1. Even if you can use it, there's not much to search unless they've got Bestial on board. I like Thrust turn 1 because you get Fusion Dupe, right? South Sun, yeah, we've got YCS coming here in April. Probably just go for fun rather than compete. Is that the Houston one? I should be there. Come say hi. I might switch it up and go Blue Eyes this month. I was hoping Blue Eyes would be at the YCS, but apparently it was not legal. Proxy F Magician was not on my radar. Oh god, what Chronomaly Atlantids? Am I getting FTK'd? Can someone let me know if I'm getting Yeah, I'm getting FTK'd. Fuck. I can't believe this was actually just a troll. That's so lame. And then you get to burn with that? Really? It's just a fucking FTK farm. I was like, oh, we're gonna be just fine. We can break this board. Nah, we're going against FTK farmers. Of course, the scumbag wins the die roll too. You know, I'm okay with FTKs in the game. Just let them lose all the die rolls in the game. I'm starting to miss my Ash Blossoms in the main deck for Maxi, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, Gravel Shank, how you doing, brother? I should have played around this and draw photos. Because now I just, like, lose to Droll. I feel like I'm actually forced to go normal kit then high spirits. Like, it's so weird, but I think I am. I don't know, maybe not. That just sounds terrible. Droll's not real. Okay, no Droll. We're good, we're good, we're good. No Maxi either? How's it going, Gravel? Nice to see you, my brother. Appreciate you always bringing the positive vibes. Does my man have an Ash Blossom or something? Then we can put back the purrely. That's just sitting pretty in my hand going first. Now we can go Branded Fusion. Go into the Lubellion into Ascending Elbows. I'll bash the kit. I want to keep an Elbows in graveyard, preferably. I can just, you know, pitch the Droplet, which isn't ideal, but it's going to happen either way. Brandon's not the greatest in the meta. I'm still gonna, like, I have 5 interruptions, right? So it's probably fine. I actually have technically 6. Possibly more. Okay, he's going Imperm. That will be negated by Lad. Alright, well, my Lad's doing its thing, just eating up effects. That's what you love to see. Appreciate everyone coming through to the stream, by the way. The stream today and yesterday was just completely lit. Or, sorry, the other day. Oh, we're going against Gimmick Puppet. Oh god, no. Does he have the field spell is the question? If he has the field spell, I'm kind of in trouble. If he has field spell, he like reverse sweeps him. Fucking god. So annoying that this card even exists. You know, I thought we were good. Then he top decks Maxx and it's fucking Gimmick Puppets because for some reason this deck is still legal. It's like actually beyond frustrating that we still have to deal with this crap. And they have like a consistent FTK line as long as they have field spell. Oh, he just has it all and more. I don't know, if games are going to be like this, I'm just getting the hell off pretty soon. My first 3 games today were terrible. And now I'm just like ping-ponging back and forth between FTKs. I needed to do this in draw phase, but of course my I love when my thing is not set to on and set to auto. You love it. I probably should have searched a Quab not to die to Droll. Apparently it's just fine though. And Permon Lubellion is certainly a play. I mean, we're doing everything that we want to anyway, right? And get follow-up. I'm gonna set the high spirits because that can trigger the Quem. Now we can just go banishment. No Maxx, that's crazy. Well, we can get the Mercurier because at least that's live with my Lubellion, fun fact. Right. I can just droplet off my lad when that's dead, so my Mercurier's live, and that's like 5 interruptions right there. End of main phase is crazy. I don't know what this guy is expecting to do here. It's like, okay. I mean, I still play around the droplet. Like, my board's basically, like, it doesn't quite matter what he does at this point. No, I'll just like droplet off the Chandra just in case last card in hand he has the Kaiman or something. And now he loses in time by taking 750. Of course they always have last card Kaiman. Like, these people are such, oh my god, that so annoying, like, Tenpai players, honestly. Entirely. Just like totally fine. I'll just like play around. I can actually I forgot I can't fuse in my phase. Damn it, I'm gonna have to choose between the Cartesia or not. Fuck. Oh well. I was about to say, you know I have the Mercurier. That Tenpai player almost god-handed me. He thought he was nice with it, with last card in hand Kaiman. Alright, I think the 3 Mulcharmy might be a little bit of a bait. But I also think, like, more Sarnier is a bait, frankly. The duels you displayed so far are good. Well, thank you. They aren't my best, but... Alright. We'll play more games in a minute. I'm just going to use the bathroom. Alright, alright. Gravelshank, would Synchro Branded be able to play well with Blue Eyes? Probably not. I mean, maybe a little bit because the Link does synergize a lot. The Link one does synergize. Quite a bit. I drew a Magnuma. I'm hoping this is enough. Man, I wish I had an imperm for this Diabell star. I mean, if he goes Moo first, we're good, right? He probably goes Moo first to get the wanted. Yep, he's going Moo. We're going against Snake Eye. Lovely. This might not be the best hand versus Snake Eye. Maybe I just, like, lost my opportunity to Magnuma. I don't know. DD, thanks for following. These fucking games. Actually unbelievable. I mean, he's gonna have to move this, right? Maybe not. Blue Eyes will be legal Friday, got it. Well, now that Magnumut's resolving, I'm having a little bit better of a chance of playing the game. But that's so weird to... I guess he just goes normal Ash, sure. Now I get Lubellion, which gets me lost. That's pretty good. I just think he's gonna Appo the shit out of me is the issue. I know I can go Balphase into Sylvia, that's the thing. Like, I don't know why he didn't negate that. Oh, he's probably going into SP for the Magnuma, I guess. Yeah, he's doing SP now. Hello, Pizzetto. What's up? Totally off topic, but who do you got winning the Super Bowl? I mean, I don't have too much. I mean, I have to be rooting for the Eagles because the Chiefs took out the Bills, and that's my team. What about you, Lucas? The Super Bowl meta is crazy. I was like debating on getting off and actually watching the Super Bowl. Maybe I can just throw it on in my other screen, probably. Like, I like the Eagles being a bit of underdogs. They lost the same matchup like 2 years ago. I like Philadelphia for the most part. I will say anytime I go there for an event, I'm not like the biggest fan of the city, but like it is not a bad city. Just falls victim to a lot of big city issues. Like tons of homelessness and it's just like doesn't make it great for exploring the city. Okay, this board state's a little odd. I was expecting an Appaloosa, if I'm being real. Like, where the fuck was the Appaloosa? You got 10 people over on Twitch, though. How's it going, guys? Right now, Philly's 10-0. It's good to hear. Casey always comes back from the end, though. Gotta go with the Eagles NGL. Yeah, I mean, if you're voting for if you want the Eagle or the KC to win, you have to be invested, right? I guess I could just like force things here. Oh shit. I did not mean to do that. I thought that was I forgot I was tributing over Magnuma. I was like mined in 2 places. This could just like work out though, because I am getting rid of that. Masquerade or Quertus in the extra deck? Definitely Quertus. So he's Desireeing this, that's fine. That's like totally fine because now I just go battle phase, right? Well, I'm gonna... Oh, he was negated because of fucking Promethean. I should have just forced the battle phase anyway, my bad. I could have just went battle phase no matter what. And that would have at least like... I mean, it didn't really matter. So what's up, RJ? Welcome back. Okay. Battle phase. It's like, please link off for IP now. And it's like, good luck getting rid of both my targets, right? Unless he just links off Desiree. He could link off Desiree. That's actually not a bad idea if he linked off Desiree. But he's going to link off the... If he linked off Desiree, he would force me to, like, summon something else to attack Sylvia. That's what I like about that play. Yo, how's it going? Leaking YouTube 1405. And now I attack over the Ilia. There's no reason not to. Which gets rid of his other really big negate, and now I can just kind of take care of his board. I have to be careful though. He does have SP, and then an unknown background, two cards in hand. Think I go High Spirits here, pitch the Requiem. Actually, I could pitch the Cartesia. It's either pitch Cartesius and Grang, because then Grang can trigger off of the Flame Burge, but I don't even plan on getting that far. Or letting him get that far, rather. I do have to just get, like, the kit here, I think. I probably should have sent the Greg. It's fine. Not having something else to attack over the SP Lil Knight is a little neg too. I probably should have had something there. Now I can go SP effect. If I trigger this, which I will, obviously. Can you get the branded fusion? Spin back the Cartesia. Almost spun back the branded fusion. Then go branded fusion. Does he have the Ash Blossom? Oh, fuck me. Okay. You could have just, like, showed me that originally. That's, like, annoying as fuck. My man played wholly suboptimally and then just had Ash Blossom. If I'm just losing every die roll, I should just be running the Purrelyos. I don't know. I also think Philly's run game is really disgusting. Philly's 17-0 right now. That's crazy. 17-0 by the second. They're just running the shit out of the ball, I'd have to presume. And like, someone let me know, but Kansas has to, like, they probably don't have a response. I crave a response, right? Talking about Yu-Gi-Oh terms. Alright, we can send the tragedy here. Now we can go high spirits here now that we've cleared the draw check. RJ King Pants, which ban list would you expect to ban Moon first? Master Duel, OCG, or TCG? I don't think they're gonna ban Moon. I think if anything they'll ban Caesar. I actually would put Engraver to 1. Like I think Engraver to 1 solves a lot. Like, banning Moon doesn't do a whole lot, in my opinion. Because you still have most decks that are going to be able to access it. Like, Exoton is a card, you know. We're about to get into rank 4 Turbo. Other things like that. We'll get the Lubellion. What I kind of... Yeah, there's like... Even if you get branded lost, there's still a high, like a really good chance... Or, like, reason for you to still send the Lubellion so you can get the Lad line. I will say, 17-0, that does look staggering, but for, like, KC, that feels, like, very manageable. Can banish the Albaz and then the Aluber, clear up some board space. They could ban Lacrima like the I mean, yeah, Lacrima does need to go because it helps FTKs, by the way. Like, we just saw what it does. Minus 1200 is, like, way too much. I don't know why they ever gave that card that. So silly. The best decks have never had a fucking burn for 1200 just randomly built into their decks. Nice, we have full combo. Got the Lad, and we have hella other plays. Send the Cartesia. Get that back. But if they were to ban Moon, I guess it would probably be Master Duel. I don't know, because in TCG banning Moon, in my opinion, doesn't feel like that impactful. Just kind of get a new slot. I guess it makes it a lot worse in Malice, that's for sure. Yeah, Romian, I should have said there's one other example, and that's like Sword Soul, right? And that was also a meta deck where that was very frustrating, right? Good point, though, Romian. That was in the back of my head. I kind of failed to mention. Like, others have gotten close. I do think that Sword Soul is the only other one that has come close, which is 1200. Called by, really? I mean, I still have a lot. I have Mirror Jade plus Loop Mirror Jade plus Albaz into Borreload. Sure. Mirror Jade effect. In a format where the kashtiras are... Oh, I should have went... Nah, there's no point to go Quam. Deception is fine. Do I care about him going Deception is the question. Not really. Because he goes Deception. I mean, I'm just gonna negate his Moo. All these decks are starting Moo to start their combos. Like, no one has been using it as a way to go into Sylvia first. Yeah, I knew they were going into Moo, right? And now I'm gonna chain the Mercurier. I mean, he can go bounce, right? The Hallowed, but he has to have follow-up at that point. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash is so annoying. I mean, it's fine. We still have a lot here. Sinful Spoil Subversion is hella funny. Is he just gonna subvert me? So, like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna let him go, because he could go Snake Eye Ash. Okay, that's fine. Sure. And now I loop the Mirror Jade. I get a draw that, or I get a search that will allow me to get a new discard for... Oh, shit. Also, I could summon the Albaz here just straight up. Yeah, why not? Oh, no, that gets me Mirror Jade, right? Yeah, yeah. It's always Mirror Jade here. I'm just, like, thinking if I should bash the Snake Eye Ash here or not. I feel like I should bash the Snake Eye Ash here, I'm not gonna lie. And then Saranir effect can trigger gang me the Retribution. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Yeah, no, this was definitely the play, and then go fall on the Balbaz effect. I'm gonna make a Lubellion here, pitching the Cartesia. Off the Moo. And then I can go make a Borreload Savage here. Or Furious, rather. I'm not quite sure what he'd have. Or I guess he can go into Link or Anima. But then I just, like, kill it, right? Cool. I think they're starting Moo because the combo videos tell them to. Yeah. What cards would you say the best Bestials targets in the grave this format are? I mean, Engraver, Requiem, also a target for Splash Mage that's reviving, that hopefully has already used its effect to revive from Banish. Like a Malice, like if it's going to banish the Chessy Cat linked off because it already like used its summon effect from Banish, like that's a very good target for a Bestial too. Also against Murakamo, that like blows them out. Also anything that Eclipse Twin is targeting is really good. Guys, make sure to check out my website, MetaGamesGX.com, if you want to pick up my branded spreadsheet, by the way. It also has a bunch of Ryzeal combos on it, and you can also pick up MetaGamesGX merch, all that fun stuff. This hand is not that good. I really hope I get hand trapped because of Thrust. Wow. Hope he has a Maxi, honestly. It makes my job, like, so much easier. There's the Maxi. Let's go. I'm sure he has the Fuwalos, right? Apparently not. I go into a Grand Guignol. And then now I'm going to send our Triple Tactics, or our way to Branded Fusion for Thrust. Now we get the duplication, which either Grand Guignol or this Titan Cloud will get us to a Quem. Quem can then send the Branded Fusion for the Fusion duplication. And now I can get the Cartesia to add back to hand. I feel like you should FOA before Maxi to bait out the interaction. Yeah, for sure. I kind of realized that the second after I said that. What's up, everybody on Twitch? I appreciate everyone coming through. We got like 10 people on Twitch, guys. Really do appreciate that. It's like the, that's how we're going to be able to get Twitch partnership, you know? For everyone's coming through over on the Twitch channel. We're going against Chimera. That's fine. He's going into Gazelle. That's exactly what I want to see, honestly. Oh, he has Fiendsmith. Interesting. I'll let him do his Fiendsmith combo. I was gonna lock him, but like, he already discarded the Engraver. I want him to normal summon before I lock him. So he doesn't have like the ability to go like tribute over my DD Vice King like that Makonko player did earlier. Alright, so we have the Gazelle here. It's exactly what we want to see. And then on resolution, we'll just do our thing. Is we can turn off the Fiendsmith engine, which I kind of presume he would be doing after this. He still has tracked, right? So like we can just turn that immediately off. Go into fusion duplication. Target the branded fusion. He's going Chimera Fusion here. Oh, he already had the Chimera Fusion. Got it. That is mostly fine. Like, if he could go Guardian Chimera here, but the Guardian Chimera isn't going to do what he thinks it's going to do. Because if he goes Guardian Chimera here, he'll be able to pop the Quem, but the Quem's already going to trigger. Okay, he's just going into Baphomet. Got it. It's totally fine. I can go into Albion. Albion. I just feel like, yeah, I think it's Albion here. This just gets me more advantage. Seen people run Ra's Disciple for the same reason. Yeah, I just think Vice King Requiem is better, but I think Ra's Disciple does at least get away around the tributing factor, right? I mean, hey, I could go for... okay, I guess I did do my... it doesn't matter because I could just summon Albaz anyway. Guys, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, guys. I know I checked out my stream statistics the other day. 50% of people who watch my streams are not subscribed. What are y'all doing? Gotta subscribe. Click the subscribe button on if you're on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, click the follow button. Or vice versa. If you aren't already followed on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, but you primarily watch the other platform, feel free to reach out on the other platform. Helps the channel, helps grow it, all that fun stuff. So... okay, so Albion is going to be making a Sanctifier. He's really high-key thinking about these plays. I mean, he's already normaled, and we already know the rest of his hand. I think there's one unknown, so, like, he would have to have a bestial, essentially. Oh, I forgot. He has... I forgot. Because of fucking Mirror Sword Knight, he can negate... Oh my god. God, that's actually so frustrating. I had to get rid of that. That's actually so frustrating. I didn't even realize that. I wasn't even paying attention. I haven't played against Trash Chimera in a while. My bad. I let him play too much. Yeah. Yep. That is hella annoying, I'm not gonna lie, because then he just... I mean, whatever, we'll just have to play around with what he has. I mean, it's fine. I'll just go into Rinbrum here. I mean, the fact he had fucking Chimera Fusion in hand was already just the annoying part. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, he's just gonna use the negate on the next effect. I love it. And then Quertus does nothing. Yep. Okay. I'm getting off of Master Duel after this. I'm honestly hating Master Duel at the moment. Getting extraordinarily unlucky with these games. I can't even chain block this Albaz. I should have somehow chain blocked the... Should have chain blocked it with Guignol, honestly. Oh, he has Super Poly. That is not real. And he hasn't even gone into Fiendsmith combo, which is the annoying part. Yeah, just get me out of here. I mean, no, it's just Master Duel. Master Duel is genuinely, like, not a good platform for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like when you hear champions complain about being a die roll simulator when they're at the world championship, I think there's like something seriously wrong with the format's competitive integrity. Like no wonder they don't run actual tournaments for this fucking game outside of like the Challenger Cups. Like genuinely. Oh, and then also, like, the actual competitive thing of it is a joke between just having to grind, like, 72 straight hours, slave yourself, or just realistically what literally everyone else does is just account share, which is against the whole rules of the whole thing. So there's, like, zero competitive integrity behind this game, too. So, I don't know. I'm just, I don't like Master Duel right now. I think Master Duel already had big issues. Like it had even worse issues with Tenpai, to be honest. I thought that was even a worse format, frankly. Like, they could just make Master Duel best of 3 and add it to the TCG format, but no. We've got to play this imaginary format. Also, Philly is 24 up with KC at 0. That is crazy. Like, you literally don't have the ability to side proper or to deck build properly for like all the scenarios of going first and second versus all these decks. They're like, you just have to make concessions that you're gonna lose, that you're gonna auto lose certain games. Like my deck makes the concession I'm gonna auto lose against FTKs every single time because I can't run hand traps in my deck that many. Like, Master Duel to me is like junk food. It's great in small doses, but like, we just did a 10-hour Master Duel stream the other day, and that was certainly fun. But yeah, no, the first like fourth of the games were pretty terrible, and then like we actually got into a rhythm, and like we can do that here. Maybe I'll go back to Master Duel, but I don't know. That was just like hella tilting. Guy just has Chimera Fusion. It's like, okay. I played that turn out entirely correct, but he had the thing that he was not able to search yet in hand. What's up, Gravel? Nice to see you. What's up, Hazard Cards? And then, like, don't even get me started on how, like, actively bad the Master Duel ban list is some days. The fact that, like, Bear and Apo are still legal is a real shame to the whole format. The format might be cool if, like, every deck wasn't just trying to jam an end board with those cards. I mean, also, like, that doesn't even matter because we're getting Ryzeal Malice, which, like, don't even use those cards. I mean, Malice does use Apo, though. It's not even the, like, the real point. It's really just the fact that, I don't know. The format's just, like, way too sacky. It's way too random. And that's why, like, TCG feels pretty good, because you're able to actually, like, okay, my first game's a mulligan. I can reverse sweep, right? So. But. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Make some food. Let's start on the video in the meanwhile.
Twists and turns that we have seen out of. I want to talk about some of the twists and turns that we have seen out of this YCS. You guys smash the crap out of that subscribe button so you guys don't miss out more on us content. Starting off over here, we have Trap Tricks actually getting a chance to do something out here. Now, of course, this was actually piled up with the amazing Ryzeal package. I know, right? Rank 4s. Yeah, you should be no stranger to actually knowing that any rank 4 strategy out here is going to be capable of abusing, you know, another package with Ryzeal. Like, that's just how it is right now. But we actually got a fantastic opportunity to see that Trap Tricks' defensive and offensive capabilities actually put them in an interestingly good spot. And actually, this meta is not prepared for Rafflesia at all. I think that was one of the interesting things to take away from that matchup was Rafflesia is such a strong card that if you are not prepared for how Rafflesia is going to interact in the game with what whole trap cards you might be bringing to the table, and that's always going to be a major thing when you look at these metas out here, that if you're able to bring, you know, something that people aren't really thinking about, you know, getting that surprise factor, that was good. And I think Trap Tricks had a fantastic showing for that. You know, it also shows that, you know, the backing from Ryzeal, you know, Detonator is a stupid card, man. Detonator getting the chance to just smash through boards, well, you know, the Trap Trick stuff is just kind of, you know, handing you the infinite recurring wall of, here, trap hole, ooh, nice, more trap holes, oh, okay, you know, and those form of interruptions, yeah, that's actually pretty freaking awesome. I know, right? Pure Ryzeal's dead. End the tyranny of that build. Now it's all about Trap Tricks Ryzeal. Honestly, I like surprises, and this was a very pleasant one. I've really not seen a lot of people pushing for Trap Tricks Ryzeal right now. You know, we have those 1 to 2 players that, I mean, will make the deck look extremely good, and I think that this was a case of that. But that's a big one to be thinking about right now. Sky Striker Tenpai. This, I had not gotten a chance to watch any other feature matches from any other YCSs, but I was glued to this screen watching this current evolution of Tenpai out here just dismantle its opponent. Upstart Goblin engages. Widow Anchors. Now, granted, yeah, it was against a Runic build, and I hate to tell you this, but Runic's dead in 2025. It's a real shame because, you know, I'm a very strong, you know, loyal Runic enthusiast. I love the deck. It's a lot of fun, but man, watching, you know, the upstart goblin into the engage, you know, into, you know, like the additional board breakers, you know, into this thing. You know, these cards limited to 1. Sure, you know, they are limited for good reason, you know, Sengen Kaiman, Sengen Summoning. But if you're able just to have, you know, the ability to toggle for all of these cards, you know, as the deck gets thinner, the more you stay winning out here for this. Also, it really did prove that, you know, Tenpai, for its ability just to OTK push through any sort of crazy board that your opponent might be setting up, was very, very, very intriguing to actually watch. So, I think that Sky Striker Tenpai is going to kind of be the TCG special for a little while. I know I've not seen the OCG messing around with this at all, because they don't have a reason to. The OCG doesn't need to play Sky Striker cards in Tenpai because they have triple Sengen Kaiman. You know, they get to play the deck a little bit more ignorantly. And, you know, one interesting thing that I heard from this duelist was, you know, they were going second all day. They were getting the chance.
It does feel like you all lose depending on if you win the coin flip. The TCG has that too, but at least you've got another game or two to try again. And the more important part is you have your post side. Like I can board in a bunch of cards that are going to be good going second, so that my deck is curved for going second, or my deck is curved for going first.
To do what their deck wanted to do, which is unheard of. Actually, most people would be counterplaying it, but no, honestly, not in this environment. Kristrons. Ah, man, this is really freaking sad, man. So I've been hyped, and I think most people have been very hyped out here for Kristrons to kind of see what they could do. You know, we've been seeing the OCG smash around with this deck for a while. It has been an extremely crazy build. You know, they've even gone so far as to playing Tidal, the Dragon Ruler, in the OCG builds, but the TCG is not even batting an eye at Tidal. I have not seen a single list in the TCG even looking at Tidal as a card, because, you know, TCG just does not really care about having that card as an option. And it's kind of interesting. But for the Crystron build this weekend, I think it's become a little bit
They were all testing Tidal before the YCS, and I think people dropped it.
Apparent. And this is kind of sad, actually. The deck has a lot of issues. The deck struggled in some of the weirdest matchups that, you know, you couldn't imagine. And it also proved, you know, the deck has a lot of vulnerable spots to kind of do its thing. Now, I will say, though, most people were kind of talking about the deck as an extremely good budget option. I agree with that. I think that Crystron is a fantastic addition out here to the budget player pool. Minus Citri and minus, what, the Kwanzing Longdrax, or the big Synchro out here. Minus those two cards. Pretty much everything available in this deck is so extremely cheap that you should have no problem. I think there's a couple of $3, $4 cards in the deck outside of that, but Crystron kind of lives up to that, you know, supposed budget option. And it was very apparent this weekend. And so sad to say it, but man, I really, really, really wish that we would have seen a little bit more action from this deck. But you know what? I'm hoping, you know, we'll see how it performs through Top Cut, but a little bit rough. Mermails. Holy crap. Mermail, I gave this deck a little bit too much credit. I always said, you know, Mermail goes first. You know, it can typically snowball a win. You know, you can take a lot of advantage away from your opponent, and you'll just be that deck that your opponent is just going to have to go, really? Like, you did the hand rip, you know, you set up the water barrier statue. I bet you feel fantastic, man. No. It's, while those are all good cards, it was memed on by Crystron, which is really freaking sad, actually, because, you know, coming out of last weekend's YCS, you saw Mermail just being this monster, you know.
What the fuck is Robbie talking about? It literally just got third place at the YCS.
And I still don't think people were really too prepared for seeing this deck. And it's really freaking funny, actually, because it felt like people were more prepared for Crystron than Mermails this weekend. And maybe that was just more of a, you know, a situational, certain matchups popping up on camera for sure. But just taking a moment to look at all of those choices, I don't know, man. That was
Hello from the Dominican Republic, best deck branded. Hell yeah, Larry Garcia. Shout out to the Dominican Republic.
Funny to actually just see Murma. The deck just runs out of steam so freaking quickly. It's like, oops, job's done. And it's just, it cannot recover at all. Yeah, you get the cool, oh, hey, look, I'm going to banish this, and then I'm going to discard this to pop your card during the opponent's turn. Yeah, you get that cool little interaction, sure. But, you know, 2 toads, a barrier statue, and the pop one. It's what, 4 interruptions? If decks can play through that, you're dead. All right, and the Mermail has 0 recoverability once you break down that field. So, you know, congratulations. You know, you just won the game because, you know, oops, can't recover. Sorry. That was one of the biggest surprises out of the week. Now, the biggest surprise so far has been Sharks playing through Dimension Shifter. This was freaking hilarious to watch, man. Typically, you know, Sharks, you know, everybody's like, oh my gosh, you know, Sharks, it's so worthless against Dimensional, you know, Shifter taking, you know, the deck needs its graveyard, you know. Well, if you got enough cards in your hand after resolving a Mulcharmy, this is what we talk about, you know, the Mulcharmies are very important cards out here. You know, if you get enough of those cards into your hand, and you're like, ooh, you know, you're just going to start to win the game. You've got enough combo pieces to do your thing. Your opponent can only technically stop you so many times. Now, obviously, I feel like there was a very, very, very distinct lack of skill in that feature match. I think that match could have been played a lot better, but it was still very nice to see Shark come out on top and actually go, hey, you know, we can actually play through Dimensional Shifter and we can actually do things. Sharks in general, it's not as good as you would think. I think that was just probably one of those moments that you had to be there and enjoy and actually see, hey, you know, with enough extenders, Buzzsaw Shark being a stupid good card as he is, was really, really nice to see. Overall, this YCS so far has been, there's been some good highlights. I'm liking the fact that there are some good solid challengers in the meta right now actually doing things, and that's what we want.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get off. I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you for all coming through to the stream. It's been a long one, you know, it's like a almost 5-hour stream. We had a good time reviewing all the feature matches, and playing some Master Duel. So yeah, I appreciate everyone coming through to the stream. South Sum, I agree with Baron Apo, especially Apo. If you're building a board that has 7 to 11 negates and interruptions, she's between a third of them. That's a problem. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, I hope everyone has a great night. Thanks for coming through. Leave a like. Check out my TCG player affiliate link. Bookmark that if you want to help support the channel. Become a channel member today if you'd like to help support the channel. Get a hold of the members only classroom where you get all my early deck lists. Also pick up my spreadsheet. Check out my website. Subscribe. Like I said, road to 10,000 subscribers. Thank you all. Share the video, all that fun stuff. Leave a comment.